Now let's assume that everyone is connected. There are no issues. Let's officially open our meeting. I will then ask the city manager to read the notice of convening the meeting. City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to the leadership collective of council. I hereby wish to read the notice of the meeting to all members of eThekwini Council in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998. Members are hereby notified that ordinary meeting of the eThekwini Municipal Council will convene virtually via Microsoft Teams on Thursday, the 27th of January 2022 at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager, Mr. Mpele. I just want to welcome Amakosi Asendlunkulu present in this meeting, and officials from the Auditor General who have joined our meeting, and officials from different units in the municipality, members of the media who have also joined our meeting, and members of the public who have joined the meeting through live streaming. You are all welcome, and the meeting is officially open. We will then move to the rendition of the national anthem and will be observed, and thereafter observe the moment of silence for personal reflection, prayer, or any form of silence, preparation for the meeting. National anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's observe the moment of silence and also remember our late councillor Cllr Mxolisi, who have passed on Saturday. Let's just observe the moment of silence in respect and remembering him. Thank you. Thank you very much. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With the item of the national anthem, we will now move to the presentation of the Audit General Audit Report 2020 to 2021. I believe the team from Auditor General's office, they are here, they've connected. I will now invite the delegation from the Auditor General to make a presentation on the audit report for 2020-2021 financial year. Over to you, team from AG.
Good morning to Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, as well as councillors, Honorable Mayor. To the leadership of the municipality, I'm Ntombifuthi Mhlongo, the business unit leader from the Auditor General of South Africa. We'll be presenting the report today, and thanks for the opportunity and the invite to this meeting, Honorable Speaker. Kim van der Bay will be presenting, will be projecting for myself. Maybe if you can just confirm if it is visible on screen for all the councillors to see the presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will try to present with my video on, Honorable Speaker. If there is any challenges, I will just switch off my video as I present. Thank you very much. In terms of our reputational promises, the Auditor General of South Africa, we have a mandate to present our report to the council, and noting as well that this is the new council of eThekwini Metro. We'll try to go and brief some detail as well, just to honorable councillors to understand what our mandate is about. And when we build the country's democracy, is mainly to deal with the enabling of oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector. And the AGSA also have a mandate to also make sure that the citizens of individual communities within the eThekwini also fully understand this report, and we try all means to simplify it through the general report, which will follow around May or June after we have presented all the reports, and the Auditor General herself, Tsakani Maluleka, will present the general report. If we move to the next slide, Kim, this is the overall outcomes of eThekwini Metro and its entities, and we're looking at a 3-year trend. As you can see, from 1819, we had eThekwini Metro as well as Durban ICC that were unqualified with findings, and Durban Marine Theme Park was clean. As you progress to 1920, then those findings changed a bit, where the Durban Marine Park Theme Park, which is Ushaka, had a qualification in a specific technical matter. Metro remained with unqualified and findings, and Durban ICC was clean. And for the current audits that we just concluded, eThekwini Metro is still unqualified with findings, and the 2 entities under the Metro are reflected as clean, meaning that there were no material findings that were included in their auditor's report. For the next slide 4, we have just a summary again in terms of the status of findings and where we've seen, meaning that these entities over the years have no findings on, for some of them, especially Durban Marine Park and ICC had no findings on predetermined objectives. Predetermined objectives is where the annual performance plan of individual entities and municipality get presented to us as the AG. We audit it, and you see that eThekwini Metro for the past 2 years, which is 1920 to 2021, had findings on the predetermined objectives, which is the material findings included in the auditor's report, or specifically the annual report that reflects the achievements of the Metro. For the next slide 5, we have also a movement in terms of non-compliance. Non-compliance is the other area that we audit as the Auditor General, where we look into the compliance requirements for each entity and the Metro, and then from there we will then report and include in auditor's report any material findings that we have identified. You see, eziMbokodweni Metro currently remains with findings under non-compliance, and the 2 entities have also cleared the findings that were previously reported on them in terms of compliance with laws and regulations. We will move further where we can then identify or just clear the areas of non-compliances that were reported for eziMbokodweni. In terms of the movements, you can see procurement and contracts management as part of the key area we audit as the Auditor General. There's been findings for over the 3 years for the Metro, and there was a movement from 5 to only 2 for the 2021 audit year, but I think the councillors need to just take note of the key findings, which is relating to the competitive bids that were not advertised in 30 days. That still remain as a challenge, and also the procurement that was done, not done in terms of the bidding processes, and the deviations were approved, while it was not impractical for them to not invite competitive bidding process. So in this area, we're saying deviations should only be done when it is, it's a challenge for the Metro to get the bidding process completed. If the bidding process could be done and there's sufficient time to do so, then bidding should be followed in this area. So these are the key findings that still remain a challenge for the Metro and also contributing towards the irregular expenditure. When you look at the next slide, which is slide 7, for the first time after 2 years, the Metro has annual financial statements adjustments, which we consider material and therefore included in the auditor's report. These material adjustments related to property, plant and equipment. If I'm more specific, this is related to the movements between work in progress as well as the completed assets, where we as auditors identified that there were some completed assets that were not included as completed assets but reflected in the work in progress, and the Metro needed to do adjustments in this area. And as we assessed it, we found it to be a material adjustment, and it was reported as a regression for the current year because in the past 2 years this finding was not reported. And with regards to expenditure management, material findings, the prevention of irregular expenditure, this has been a continuous challenge for the Metro, of which when coming to oversight, it is important that the new council look into the prevention of irregular expenditure. As I said, over the years, it has been not really going away, and investigations that covered by the consequences management as well is another challenge. We said disciplinary proceedings were not instituted for instances of financial misconduct by senior managers and other officials. This is extremely important that it must be done so that it can prevent future non-compliances when coming to financial misconduct. And when coming to irregular expenditure, you need to perform those investigations so that people that are responsible can be then put to task and make sure that we don't incur the irregular expenditure going forward as the Metro. In terms of the irregular expenditure, as I said, currently I'm showing you the individual movements in terms of the years. For more details, we'll speak to the accumulated balance. For the years, the incurred irregular expenditure for each year has somehow reduced, only having 720 million in the current year, which is 2020-2021. And in terms of the majority, what is causing of this irregular expenditure, we have deviations that were approved while it was practical to go on the bidding process. We have invalid amendments to the contracts, the competitive bidding process that was not followed in certain instances, and uneconomical use of resources and goods were not obtained at a reasonable price. And the root causes, as part of the things that we also need to evaluate as Auditor General, is that the action plans that were not implemented resulted into us incurring or finding these findings again in this year, and consequences and effective management of procurement is also another challenge that the Metro needs to deal with. And in terms of monitoring of the demand and contract management, that also will assist in terms of proper planning as well as going for bidding processes when there is a need to do so and not resolve to have deviations. The next slide, it deals with what we call is an overall dashboard of eThekwini Metro. As you can see that the stagnation in outcomes is what you call they remain unqualified with findings, and the findings as part of this area is the non-compliances that keep on occurring. And we're saying that as part of our assessment of the first level of assurance, in terms of senior management, the accounting officer and executive mayor, we're saying is providing some assurance, as we still expect that the action plans relating to irregular expenditure as well as consequences management get implemented by this first level of assurance to order to further also ensure preventing of the occurrence of reoccurrence of these findings under procurement. And assurance level relating to the committee and internal audit, we're saying that they provide sufficient assurance based on their mandate as well as the audit action plans as well as the audit plans they put for themselves, then monitoring of these plans as well. In terms of the third level of assurance, which includes the municipal council as well as impact, as I must say that this is the evaluation of the previous council and the functioning of the impact as previously related to year 2021. Municipal council, we're saying some assurance, and then impact has actually provided assurance in the areas where they had responsibility to. The status of the key drivers of control, the key drivers control will be zooming into the areas where they still need improvements or where intervention is required or where there is concern that we have assessed as audits. In terms of the overall assessment of leadership, there is a stagnation, meaning that there was not much movement from the previous year, which is 1920 to 2021. There's effective leadership that needs some, that have some concern that we think there could be some improvement there, oversights, HR management, as well as policies and procedures. Implementation of audit action plans, we're saying the intervention is required because we've seen repeat findings and mainly the prevention of irregular expenditure as well as consequences management that keeps coming up, meaning that the monitoring controls that were committed as part of the action plan were not implemented, resulting into repeat findings. In terms of proper record keeping as well as compliance with monitoring, we're saying that there is intervention that is required there, especially for the coming to the performance information, where we needed information relating to the two sections of the performance report that was included in the report, but the municipality did not have the required details for us to audit, and therefore causing a limitation and for us being unable to proceed with the procedures. In terms of governance, we're noting improvements, internal audits and how they've conducted their responsibilities. Risk management still remain of concern because there's quite a lot of challenges on procurement, consequences management, so the risk there still remains as high. And the risky areas, where we call the 6 blocks, they remain yellow for the 4 areas, which is the financial statements, the financial health, human resource management, as well as information technology. Of intervention of real concern is the quality of the performance report, as well as the supply chain management, as highlighted. In terms of the supply chain management, the irregular expenditure that keeps on accumulating, as well as there's no real investigations and some sort of plans being put in place to prevent further increase in the irregular expenditure. For performance information, for those 2 specific areas that we could not find information which related to the call center, we required some intervention in that area so that we could be able to audit and give proper findings going forward. The lack of effectiveness of consequence management is part of the key root causes that we highlight in block 5, and also that there is specific transgressions that we have identified on SCM regulations and procedures, and as such, there should be some actions taken and people being put to task. And a slow response from management in implementing the monitoring controls of financial and performance management, mainly dealing with the two areas, which is the work in progress, where there were material adjustments on the financial statements, as well as the performance reports, where we could not find information related to the call center, so as to allow us to evaluate the performance of that section. If we move to the next slide, 10, the status of record keeping, we're just looking at the overall in terms of the financial management, the financial statements, performance reporting, as well as compliance with laws and regulations, and how that has been happening. For the current year, we're saying that there is yellow when we look at the movement in terms of the financial statements. Previously, we had a red there, and the implementation of the proper record keeping in a timely manner to ensure complete and relevant and accurate information is accessible and available to support the financial and performance report. And we're saying that there were delays we experienced in obtaining requested information within 10 days as agreed with management within the management engagement letter. And as there was notable delays as well in respect of the required information relating to procurement and contract management, which somehow has caused us to have some delays in terms of concluding this specific section. And then we're saying that management did not adequately monitor the maintenance of the GENS system, resulting in record of customer complaints or call-outs not being backed up or available to support the reported achievement in the performance information. This is what we have indicated as a limitation from the audit side, because there were no backups for us to then track and assess the achievement that is reported for the GENS system in terms of call-outs by clients on the complaints or the complaints that they've raised with the Metro. For the next slide, we are reporting on the material irregularities. Just maybe as a brief for the councillors, you should be aware that the Public Audit Act was amended in 2018 specifically to include what we called a material irregularity section. So a material irregularity, I will just give a brief definition. It means that there was non-compliance that is identified during an audit process, and that non-compliance might have resulted in a financial loss or is likely to result in a financial loss. And if the auditor does identify the material irregularity, we have a responsibility in terms of the Public Audit Act to then notify the accounting officer of that material irregularity, and the accounting officer has then 20 days to have to give the auditors the response. And the material irregularity aspect is part of what we call the amended powers of the Auditor General. The Metro was phased in from about 2 years now. This is the second year of the phasing in, and we have identified some material irregularities, and we have reported those to the accounting officer for responding to us. So the 4 material irregularities, they were identified, and the accounting officer has been notified, as I said, in Regulation 3.2 of the Public Audit Act. In terms of by the date of this auditor's report, which is what we've signed off by the 24th of January, responses have been received and are currently being assessed by the audit team. And one of these material irregularities, the response was not yet due. These material irregularities will be included in the next year's report. Also for future tracking by the councillors as well as the Honourable Mayor and the rest of the team, as we go forward with the assessment and giving our conclusion or responses to the accounting officer, we will also in future then update the council on the status of these material irregularities that were reported. In terms of the next slide, is the key projects that we have assessed as part of our value add procedures. In terms of the key projects, we have the integrated rapid public transport network that we've identified as the key project. And we're saying in this key project, there were no material fundings on this project for the current year, and we give details of what the project entails and how much it costs. And in terms of the inception of the Corridor 3 projects, the total amount of the standing costs paid to date was 116 billion, 707,122 for 10 work packages of contractors. So we bring this to your attention as part of our value add, and for future tracking, for your council meetings as well, you can speak to these specific projects and any other projects that you might identify of importance. And then we also have USG grant relating to the roads. In terms of this project, just see that there's a cut in terms of the detail there. I'll just quickly provide some more details. So in terms of this specific project, there were changes in scopes without changing the funding, and it is available and approved, resulting in a lengthy SCM and approval processes. We have noted this, that the delay was 17 months for this project, and the coordination of this project was a bit lacking. And in terms of the next project that we had, which is housing and human settlements, the USG and SGDG client, sorry. This was for the Kennedy Road as well as Amauti housing project. We say during the 2021 audit cycle, a follow-up audit was conducted to determine the progress of this housing project, and it was noted that the housing project was still not completed and the quality defects identified were not rectified. These deficiencies were reported again in the current year. So we will continue to track this project, as there were some follow-ups that we did from previous year's audits, and we still noted that there were no changes based on the reported information for the current year, and the cost of each of these projects is 9 million and 98 million respectively. Okay, the recommendations, we also do our best to brief some recommendations for council to track as part of the meeting, as well as for the Honorable Mayor in his exco. I was saying that the first recommendation, management should improve the controls over demand management, the planning thereof, and also as well as the competitive bidding process needs to be followed, and that the accounting officer should implement and monitor effective consequence management structures within the municipality, and and ensure that disciplinary proceedings does take place in a timely manner and hold the people accountable where necessary, and that management should also integrate the preventative controls into their daily processes and procedures, so that these could then prevent any basis for non-compliance, and on a continuous basis must embed all your controls to include preventative controls, and not just when necessary, you need to also update your processes, as we noted some of the processes might not be included might not be updated to include some preventative controls to avoid the consequences management process. And I think always, as the HSA, we say that consequences management process is much more expensive, and it will require lots of money, where you have to get to legal disciplinary proceeding, appointing of chairpersons and so on, instead of you just implementing a preventive control, which will then identify the problem and stop it from occurring, therefore not incurring any legal cost of future disciplinary processes. Proper controls and record keeping measures should be implemented to ensure that there's complete and accurate information on the financial statement, as well as the performance reporting side, also to prevent any non-compliances from occurring. Those are the recommendations that we will request that the Honorable Speaker also track through council to see if it's actually being reflected and attended to by management as part of their audit action plans. These also may also be coming through from the internal audit side unit. Us as the Auditor General, as you're aware, that we come once a year and audit and report and your level of assurance that you should be tracking on the continuous basis is part of the internal audit, and any reports that come from that area that suggest some key challenges on the internal control environment, it should be attended to as soon as possible so we prevent any recurrence of these findings as well as any future findings from appearing. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. That's the end of my presentation. With your permission, I can take any clarity-seeking questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Honorable Councillors, this report is for noting. I will only allow questions of clarity. Clarity is not for debate. Let me get an indication if there are any questions. There is a hand from Councillor Visven Reddy. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I want to thank the AG's office for a very frank and horrifying report on eThekwini. I just want to raise one correction. In your report, page 9, you refer to the executive mayor. Please change that to executive committee. We have a executive committee system, so we don't have an executive mayor. My next question to the AG's office is, you have made a number of recommendations, and when will you do a follow-up to ensure that these recommendations are being followed through? Is it something that we're going to have to wait for another year, or can we put in some time frames and mandate the executive committee to manage things like consequence management, for example, and holding those officials that are responsible for this mess, holding them accountable? So is there some sort of timeline in which you are going to put attached to this report? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me get other hands so that AG will note those questions. And yeah, Honorable Mayor, then Councillor Mxolisi will follow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to all councillors, Sikhuleke Makhosini Asendlunkulu and Mphakathi. Honorable Speaker, let's start by welcoming the report by Auditor General. It gives us that we still need to work tirelessly to address the matters that are before us. From the previous financial year, we had 5 matters, now we have 2, but we still need to work on those 2 so that we address them and move towards getting the clean audit. So we wish to thank them for their support. Always when we need to meet with them, they are available to give necessary support to us as the council. So we really appreciate that, and we are committing ourselves and pledging that we'll continue to work on these outstanding matters, and consequence management will be our priority moving forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Khoza, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me welcome the report and assure AG as well as you, Mr. Speaker, that the committee has identified all the issues that the Auditor General was speaking of. However, where I need clarity is on the issue of record keeping, because once you get to that area where records are not kept properly, in fact, it can undermine whatever progress that has been made. So I just want to get a sense from the AG on the extent of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have further questions? Yes, if there are no further questions, we will then hand over to AG to respond to those few questions. AG, over to you. Let's get the
Thank-
let's get the response from the team from AG's office.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable Councillors for the questions. We're noting that you will update to the Executive Committee as suggested for our presentations going forward as well. As part of the process of ensuring that we come as early as possible to assist the Metro, we have firstly requested the audit action plan, of which we gave inputs to in terms of our audit process, and also to see that it addresses the key matters that we've raised with the Metro. As part of our timelines, we expect to have this at least latest by the March, that there should be an audit action plan that has been presented. As part of our processes as well, we do status of records review, and in specific key risky areas, we also conduct interim audits and then share that with the accounting officer for his action or correction as quickly as possible before the formal audit process starts or commence. And with regards to the question on the record keeping and how far is it, record keeping specifically was related to the call center or call outs in terms of the complaints that we could not receive from management due to the system challenges that now we believe has been fixed by the use of a new service provider, and we do not expect it to occur again coming to next year. I believe, Honorable Speaker, I've covered all the questions or clarity-seeking questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answers, honorable councillors. Yes, we have taken all the hands. The report from AG will be tabled to council by the mayor for engagement by councillors. There will be an opportunity for all of you to engage on the report. Today, we're just taking only questions for clarities. Those who want to engage further, the mayor will present the report at a particular time, then you'll be given a chance to engage further. We'll now move to the official announcements from the speaker. I think these announcements are attached in your package. The eThekwini Council notes with concerns the fire incident that took place at China Mall on Friday, the 21st January 2022. Council would like to further urge the police to take necessary precautions to prevent recurrence of such incidents. Moreover, Council applaud the fire department and the emergency service unit for their rapid response toward the incidents, with hope that the ongoing investigation on the incident will be accelerated. The Municipal Council condemned the brutal killings of the ANC eThekwini Ward Councillor from 103, Councillor Mxolisi, who was gunned down outside his home on Saturday, the 22nd January 22 in the evening. Council wished to convey heartfelt condolences to the Mxolisi family and the entire community of Ward 103, with hope that justice will prevail against perpetrators. The eThekwini Council congratulates the KwaZulu-Natal Education MEC, Honorable Kwazi Mshengu, the entire Department of Education, and the 2022 matriculants for a remarkable pass rate achievement of 76.8%, despite, among other disruption, such as COVID-19 and civil unrest incidents occurred during the year. As the eThekwini Municipal Council, we acknowledge and support the reopening of schools commenced on the 19th January 2022. We further wish learners to all levels well as they embark with their learning programs during the first term and all other terms respectively. We fully support all planned back to school initiative. Council support the latest approved several changes to the adjusted alert level 1 COVID-19 regulations as per the latest update received on the 30th December 2021. We further emphasize to councillors the importance of adherence to all COVID-19 protocols as per the interventions to curb the spread of the virus. Councillors are advised that there is a compulsory SALCA integrated councillor induction program scheduled from the 31st January to Friday, the 4th February 22 for all councillors. The said training will be held in 4 different venues. It will be City Hall, Lutuli Hall, Chongat Hall in the north, Pantine Civic Center in the west, City Health Auditorium in the central. Councillors have been phoned to advise which of the 4 venues each will be using, and the Speaker's circular has been sent in this regard. As part of ensuring smooth proceedings, the microphones of party leaders and support committee chairpersons will remain unmuted for the duration of the meeting. Other councillors will remain muted and only unmuted should they wish to talk. Even though some microphones will remain unmuted, a principle of raising a hand and being recognized by the Speaker before talking is still applicable. The Speakers reserve the right to revert to the muting status should any of the party leaders or chairperson misuse the opportunity of having their microphone on. Best wishes to all councillors celebrating their birthday this month. I'm told there are quite a number of them. Councillors are brought to the attention of Rule of Order 16, 1, A to E, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. As per these rules, councillors are requested to conduct themselves in a respectful manner, to refrain from interrupting the proceeding, and are encouraged to conduct business with the highest decorum and integrity that the occasion and the residents of the municipality deserve. Thank you very much. Those are the announcements. We will now move to the Speaker's report. The purpose of this report is to briefly outline to the Council activities that have happened or take place in line with the provision of Section 13F of the Rules of Order Bylaw 2014. The below items are brought for the attention of Municipal Council. The first item is the Provincial SALCA Assembly Members Assembly, I'm sorry. On the 13th to the 14th of January 2022, at Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center, the KZN SALCA held its provincial members assembly as per the SALCA constitution to plan for the commencement of council term 2021 to 2026 and elect office bearers in line with the constitution. The conference was successfully held. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it was adjourned to the Tuesday, the 8th February 2022, to finalize the following items: the amendments to the SALCA constitution, consideration of the PEC report, and the election of the office bearers. The same delegation, as endorsed by the Municipal Council at its meetings held on the 15th December 2021, comprising of His Worship the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, the Speaker, Whip of Council, and the Acting City Manager, will be in attendance. Councillors' Workshop, establishment of ward committees for 2021-2026. The eThekwini municipality has been established as a collective executive system with ward participatory system. This implies that with the establishment of the municipal council, which was in November 2021, the municipality is required within 120 days after the establishment to elect ward committees. As a statutory requirement, the municipality should have a framework or a policy approved by the municipality council, by the council that will guide the establishment and the operations of the ward committees. The said policy shall be considered by the council in today's meeting, and once approved, workshop will be arranged for all councillors to unpack the framework, giving them a broader understanding of the ward committee establishment process in preparation for the elections. Council is advised that the above-mentioned councillors' workshop will be held early in February 2022, and the details thereof will be communicated to all councillors once confirmed. It is critical that municipal council members attend the said workshop to enable them to understand the rules to be used when electing ward committees and to input on the broader election plan. The disclosure of interest. Municipal council members are reminded that in terms of Section 8(2) of Schedule 7, Code of Conduct for Councillors, which read as follows: any change in the nature or detail of the financial interest of councillors must be declared in writing to municipal manager annually. Councillors are hereby reminded that it being the beginning of the new calendar year, in the event that there are any changes in terms of financial interest as declared in their disclosure of interest form, they update accordingly so as to comply with the above. A speaker's circular will also be sent to all councillors as a reminder to the above-mentioned complaints matter. Municipal council matters. Council will recall that municipal council committees were accordingly established at its meeting held on the 15th December 2021. And subsequently to that, committee members have also been allocated. The calendar of council committees meeting was also approved accordingly by the municipal council. and all support committees will commence with their inaugural meeting during the month of February. Councillors, note that most of council committees meeting will be virtually held, since the COVID-19 pandemic is still very prevalent. This then necessitates that council members ensure they have official email addresses to be used for formal communication pertaining to council business. It has been noted that number of councillors are using private email addresses which are changed without advising the administration. This causes a challenge in terms of correct database, and councillors end up not timelessly receiving meeting notification and relevant information. Councillors are again requested that they confirm their preferred email addresses to use for all official business-related correspondences, which will be utilized throughout the municipal council term of office to avoid unnecessary challenges. Members are urged to confirm their email address to the following email address: Ranjini, RANIJINI .pather@durban.gov.za, and whenever there are changes in contact details. You can also visit her at the Speaker's office to submit your emails if there are changes. Municipal Council membership. Council to note that since there had been a vacancy in Ward 101, a by-election will be held on the 2nd of February 2022 to fill that vacancy. It will be further noted that there is currently another vacancy in Ward 103, created by the tragic passing of Ward Councillor Philani Valley, and that vacancy shall be filled on a date to be confirmed by the IEC. Thank you very much. We will quickly move with our agenda. Thank you very much. My team, CSP, thank you. They are reminding me that I left something that was not included here. Councillors' approaches. I forget to report on the incidents that happened in our inaugural meeting at Moses Mabhida, where a group of people entered the marquee that was used for council meeting. I have been briefed by the team that was responsible to provide security on the day that the people who entered in the venue never used the gate where securities were stationed. They used other entrances where there was no security guard in those entrances. Now, in that report, we also learned that because on that day, we ended up using the marquee because the Moses Mabhida was busy with other conferences. The ICC was busy with other conferences. I therefore want to commit my office and myself and council that, again, the incident of that nature is condemned, and I assure you that it will never happen again, because we'll make sure that with the law enforcement agencies or securities in all our meetings, there's proper protection. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's move to the next item in our agenda, the application for leave of absence City Manager, are there any leave of absence?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have the following applications for leave of absence. Councillor B.A. Mchunu, who is absent for personal commitments. Councillor B.A. Mchunu, who requests to leave at 12 for personal commitments. Councillor K. Mahlaba, who is indisposed since the 25th of January through to the 3rd of February 2022. Councillor A. Maharaj, who is also indisposed from the 7th of January 2022 onwards.
Sorry, Acting City Manager, let me disrupt you. I see a hand from Honorable Mtetwa.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies, I was trying to unmute myself. You have tabled a report with regards to the incident that happened on the 22nd during our inaugural council meeting. I'm not sure what the scope of your investigation was, but you have said the intruders might have used an entrance where there was no security. How is that possible? There was an entrance in Moses Mapita where there was no security. I mean, it's unbelievable. Number two, what was the role of Metropolis, the Metropolis that was inside the venue in trying to prevent people from invading that market? Because I have not heard that. What was the role of Metropolis? What did they do to try and prevent when those people were already inside the venue, but before they entered the market? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mtetwa. Procedurally, we don't debate the Speaker's report. I will advise that if there are further questions or engagement on the matter, it can be raised with myself or the Speaker's committee, where all political parties are represented, because in terms of the procedure, the Speaker's report is not being discussed in council, but I note your concern and your question, Honorable Mtetwa. Thank you. Over to you, City Manager. I'm told there is a hand. There's a hand from Councillor Mvobo. Councillor Mvobo.
Okay.
Councillor
No,
Mvobo.
thank you very much. Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm partially covered by Councillor Mtseswa regarding this incident, because when you said you've just been reminded by your staff that there is a particular item that you needed to speak on, and then you mentioned the incident that's happened as Moses Mapita Stadium. I was very excited because we were one of the people that's raised that issue sharply. We couldn't understand as to how there was a security breach that took place there. Now, when then you say on your presentation that the intruders used other access entrances, it's just unbelievable, because we know there was only entrances that were utilized, that were open, and there were guards that were stationed there in the police services. So we just want to dismiss this report as a fallacy, and we don't want you to tell us that you condone the incident, because the only thing that we want is for you, Speaker, to tell us how far the investigation has went, because you remember there were also videos that are circulating, so those perpetrators are easily identifiable. Thank you very much. We just want us to register this.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start afresh.
My hand was up long time ago, Speaker.
Thank you. Apologies, Babu Nkosi. You can speak, Honorable Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to councillors, your worship, deputy, and officials. Speaker, my hand was up a long time ago when you just reported about Moses Mabhida incident. But may I request to you, Mr. Speaker, that you provide a written report on that one, not verbal report as you did, because this indicates that we are in trouble. Our biggest stadium, if there were no security personnel in one of the gates, it indicated that we are in trouble. And also, people cannot trust us. If I were you, Mr. Speaker, I was not even going to mention that report, because many people can hear that how exposed we are. There were also an issue of electricity on that day. So it means we have two problems. I request that if I may get a written report from you, I would be so happy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babunkosi. All points are noted and taken. There's Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Seeing that the other parties have taken a bite on your report, despite the procedural issue that you raised, maybe as the ANC, let us say something as well. First is to thank you for sticking to your promises, because you had committed that you are going to do investigations and bring a report to council. You have reported. We thank you for that. Secondly, on the contents of the report itself, I think the points that are being raised by parties, especially around the issue of security, I think they are not well considered points. I'm saying so because the marquee, its location in the Moses Mabhida Stadium, posed, generally, if you just look at it, I'm not a security expert, but I could see that it posed a security nightmare, because Moses Mabhida Stadium, the fact that we were using it on the day did not mean that other activities could not take place. That's why we were in the yard in a marquee. So the stadium, with all the facilities that are there, private and the one that belongs to the municipality, were in full use. So while the gate that led to the marquee where we had the council could have been manned, as we saw it, was manned by security and police personnel, other gates would not have been so. So gaining access to the Moses Mabhida Stadium would have been easy for anyone, because there were many other activities. So we understand that there was a breach, and this is by no means a condonation of what happened on the day, but it's to say that sometimes in our pursuit for finding someone to blame, we even ignore the facts when they are staring us in the face. So as the ANC, we are happy that you are reporting back to us. We are happy that there has been an investigation, and I'm sure that there are other aspects of investigation that would have been taking place as we speak, which does not pertain to you, because we don't pretend that you are a law enforcement officer who's going to investigate crimes. I think your investigation and the scope was limited to the disruption of the council, which we have convened, and the breach of the council venue perimeter, which we have convened. And on that score, I think we have delivered, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, councillors. As I've indicated, that in terms of the procedure, the Speaker's report is not for debate or discussion. I was just allowing you so that I don't suppress hands. But let me rule on the matter. I know that there are councillors who are concerned or not happy with the report. I will advise all those individual councillors or parties who are not happy with the report to approach my office or to write their concerns. I will definitely respond or attend to their queries, so that we don't entertain issues at this platform. But in my office, we can still deal with the matter to further respond or clarify to those questions that are not being addressed in this platform. Thank you very much. I therefore rule. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me try once more to read out the application for leave of absence. The first one is Councillor B.A. Mchunu, who requests to leave at 12 for personal commitments. We have Councillor K. Mhlaba, who is indisposed since the 25th of January to the 3rd of February 2022. Councillor A. Maharaj, who is also indisposed from the 7th of January 2022. Councillor M. Nxumalo, who is also indisposed from today. The last one is Inkosi Shozi, who is not available today because he is attending to municipal business. Thank you very much, Babu Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Are all these leave of absence applications accepted, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now move to the confirmation of minutes. Councillors, I just want to bring to your attention that there are two sets of minutes to confirm. Those minutes are for the meeting held on the 22nd of November 2021, and the second set of minutes is for the meeting that was on the 24th November 2021.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Again, sorry, I note your hand. There is also a council that was on the 15th of December 2021. Apologies, I just mentioned two council meetings. There is a hand, Honorable Councillor Reddy, Visvan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to draw Council's attention to item 9 in the minutes on page 4 and 5. That's the meeting that took place on the 22nd of November. And if you look at that meeting, there were 217 councillors that were present. And if you look at the numbers in terms of the election for the speaker, you'll find that it comes up to 219. And the same applies to the subsequent meeting in December, where elections took place for the mayor and the deputy mayor. There's two councillors that's unaccounted for. If you look at the adjourned meeting, there were 217 councillors present. The ATM did not have a member. PRM did not have a member. But in terms of the count, you have 219 councillors that are accounted for. That includes 2 spoilt ballots. Now, I'm just inquiring whether those people that were not there, whether that votes were counted as spoilt ballots, or whether they, and of course we had one councillor that passed away. So maybe the Secretariat can relook at those numbers and correct that, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether it's an issue of numbers or is a manner it has been recorded. Instead of saying not be accounted for, I think these were people who did not vote. I think here, Councillor Vis, is the manner it has been recorded. Thank you very much. Any other hand? Councillor Penn?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My issue relates to the minutes on the 24th of November. So do you want to deal with the 22nd of November first, or should I speak on the minutes of the 24th now?
Yeah, let's deal with the 22nd, then we'll move to the 24th.
I'll stand down.
Thank you. Any hand on the minute of the 22nd of November? There is a hand that is constantly up for Councillor Khan. May you please lower your hand if maybe it is a mistake that your hand is up, unless you want to speak on the minute. Or let me get any hand to speak on the minute for the 22nd of November. If there are no hands, we'll move to the meeting on the 24th. But before that, if there are no comments, I will just request someone to move for the adoption of these minutes. Any mover? So, Councillor Madlala?
Mr. Speaker, I would move with that correction that I raised. I'll
Councillor
move for the adoption of the minutes
Yes,
on
Councillor.
the 22nd of.
Thank you. Councillor Vice is moving for the adoption. Any seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Madlala from the ANC.
Thank you very much. Let's now move to the set of minutes for the meeting that was on the 24th November 2021. Let me get hands. Are there any hands?
Yes.
Councillor Penn, I'm sorry, you raised your hand earlier.
Thank you. May I continue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue. I'd like to draw your attention to page 9 of the minutes. And particularly in the middle of the page, there's a paragraph which starts in response the speaker mentioned and so on. And then at the end of that paragraph, it says, consequently, the speaker requested a legal opinion on the issues which had been submitted and opposed. And here's the important bit. The next paragraph starts with the words, in providing a legal opinion on the matter of the amendment of the members of the executive committee, the head : legal and compliance services begun by stating that blah, blah, blah. And he went on to explain the story. In the later minutes we're going to come to for the 15th of December, that wording is not used. I commend this wording. I think it's the right way to present it, and I'll be proposing an amendment to the minutes of the 15th of December to incorporate this wording. But I would like to highlight the fact the way how it was presented in earlier minutes. I think it's the correct way, and on that basis I'm happy to move the adoption of these minutes when you need a proposer.
Okay, thank you very much for citing those corrections. The team will capture those corrections. Thank you. Any other hand, Bab Madlala? Honorable Madlala, your hand was up.
No, Chairperson, I wanted to move the minutes for adoption if there were no further hands.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other hand?
Mr. Speaker,
Councillor,
my hand is up.
Yes, Councillor Vincent Redding.
Yes. Now here again, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the minutes for the election of the mayor, there were 2 nominations.
Please give us the page.
I'm trying to find that page, Mr. Speaker, and that's my difficulty, but it's in the minutes of that date. It's the minutes that reflects the elections for the mayor and the deputy mayor.
Yes, I see.
Once again, page 9.
I see that item. Yeah, I see that.
Yes. Once again, there's a correction here. It says 2 spoilt ballot papers. There's actually 3 votes that you cannot account for because for Councillor Kaunda it was 113, Councillor Graham was 104, and it says 2 spoilt ballot papers. Yet again, there were 3 councillors that were not present in the meeting. So it could be some capturing issue. I think I would just want to mention that those 2 spoilt ballot papers cannot be 2 spoilt ballot papers because the numbers don't tally.
Thank you very much. The report was already moved and seconded. The minutes were already moved and seconded by Councillor Madlala. Thank you very much.
No, sorry, Mr. Speaker. That was the minutes of the 24th of November. We're now dealing with the next set of minutes, December minutes.
No.
And that has not been moved as yet.
We were just concluding for the minutes of the 24th of November. We are now moving to the 15th.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's deal now with the last set of minutes for the meeting. This was on the 15th December 2021. Let me take hands. Councillor Brady. Councillor Payne will be the next.
Mr. Speaker, it relates to the election of the mayor. I've raised my point already. The numbers don't tell me.
Page. No, on the 15th of December, there was never election of the mayor. Maybe you've read the wrong set of minutes.
I think I've got mixed up. Just excuse me.
Okay, thank you. No problem. No problem. Councillor Penn. Yeah. Then His Worship the Mayor will be the last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take you to page 36 of the minutes. The issue we were dealing with was the adoption of the Rule of Order Second Amendment bylaw, and we had this debate about whether or not an amendment could be made to the draft bylaw at the council meeting where it comes up for adoption. Legal gave a ruling, and as the minutes record, it says it was advised that the matter was tabled, etc. That wording is inadequate. The minutes must reflect where that advice came from, because as it stands, advice could have come from you or for any other councillor. I think it must be clear that the advice came from legal. As I indicated at the meeting, I believe that that advice is wrong. I think if we stick with this advice, it means that every time a draft policy or bylaw comes to council for the first time for vetting, not for vetting, for preliminary approval in principle to go out for public participation, we have to.
There's a point of order.
Deal with
Councillor
the
Mandlala.
proposed amendments.
Councillor Penn, let me check the point of order. Councillor Mandlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think Councillor Ben is now trying to rehash the argument he made in that meeting. I think the point of the reading of the minutes is to do the correction of the minutes, not to try and reinvent the events of the day. We know how he feels about what transpired in the meeting, and we cannot Speaker should not allow him to try and do it in this meeting. The minutes are as they are. If you wanted to correct the fact that the source of the advice, that is correct. You can agree with that. But the rest of what he's trying to do now is using the minutes to reintroduce the argument through the back door. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mandlala. The point of order is sustained. Councillor Ben, please deal with the correction, not raise the debate or arguments. Can I give you a chance and confine yourself to the corrections of the minutes?
Sure. I was just giving the context, but I'm glad others remember the details. So what I'm proposing, I've in fact put the text in the chat room, which staff can pick up from the chat room. But what I'm proposing is that instead of the words "it was advised that," we replace it with words which read as follows, and I'm reading out of the chat room for those who want to follow. The Speaker requested a legal opinion on the matter of the proposal of amendments to the draft Rules of Order Second Amendment bylaw at the stage of final approval of the bylaw by Council. In providing a legal opinion, the head legal and compliance services advised that, and the rest remains the same. So that's my proposal. Please put those words in the minutes in place of "it was advised," and that gives the right context.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other hand before we get the mover and the second of the minutes? Okay, sorry, but Mayor, I noted your hand.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The minutes are adequately captured, so therefore I move for the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob Mayor. I will now allow the acting city manager, Mr. Mpele,
Seconded.
to address an amendment. Thank you, Bob Mandela, for the secondment. Bob Mpele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 39, item number 12, it's the item on program and project management preparation support grant, a budget transfer. We would like to correct the recommendation there. Recommendation 12.1 remains the same, but recommendation 12.2, we would like to correct it to read as follows.
Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please just ask, can the city manager just speak a little bit closer to the mic? It's quite difficult to hear him, please.
Thank you very much. We'll correct that. Apologies.
My apologies, Councillor Graham. My apologies to all the councillors. I was talking to item number 12 on program and project preparatory support grant budget transfer. We would like to make a correction insofar as item 12 is concerned. In the recommendation, 12.1 remains the same, but 12.2 we would like to recommend so that it reads as follows: that council approves the transfer of the program and project preparation support grant in brackets PPPSG close bracket in the amount of 40,349,190 rands to municipal units for capital programs and projects, it being recorded that there is a surplus of 9,599,810 rands still to be allocated in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager, for those amendments or corrections. Councillors, we'll now move to the questions in terms.
Speaker.
But Mayor?
Yes, I just wanted to move with an amendment for the adoption of the minutes. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, because the City Manager came after it has been moved and adopted. Can I get the seconder with the amendments?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the questions in terms of Section 27 of the Rules of Order.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you haven't put to the vote my proposed adoption. Or was it accepted by?
It was accepted.
I thought the speaker.
It was accepted.
And you haven't put it to the vote.
It was accepted.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
We accepted it, Councillor Ben.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, questions in terms of Section 27 of the Rule of Order. There are 5 questions to be responded to. I will request those who are going to respond to the questions. The first question is in page 6. Can I get a response for the first question? Honorable Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, we would like to propose a deferral of the questions. Honorable Speaker, it is a well-known fact that we are a new council, And these questions, as far as the rules of order are concerned, they are meant to provide clarity, answers, and to give councillors an opportunity to do oversight over the work that is done in terms of our mandate. Now, we have two choices. We have a choice, or we had a choice which influenced our proposal, Speaker, to give answers as we have received them from the officials, or secondly, as we are going to propose, to request that the answers to these questions are deferred because committees have not said, I think all of them, if one has said it would have been maybe the induction or the workshop or something like that. But committees have not officially said to consider agenda items and to deal with service delivery matters. Now, it does not mean that when it's a new council, the work of the council stops. But what it means is that the questions, the answers that we will have would have been answers that are not verified. So we want to give the new council an opportunity to interact with the questions and to provide honest answers that would be backed up by empirical evidence if needs be, so that it's not answering for the sake of answering, but it's answering honestly as part of the ethos that we want to adopt as we move forward as this new council. So in that score, Honorable Speaker, we request humbly from our colleagues who have taken their time to ask these questions to give us space and give themselves space, because they'll be part of these committees where these questions are directed to interact with these questions, and so that when we engage, when we bring back the answers, at least it's answers that we are sure of their authenticity, and some of the issues that would have been raised would have been already addressed. That is our submission, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Speaker,
Is there any other hand?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, I have my hand up,
I also
Chairperson.
have my hand up. I was the first to have my hand up. I don't know who's checking all this. Is there some staff that's doing this?
Councillor Mthethwa and then Councillor Viz and Councillor Graham, Nicole. In that order.
No,
Mthethwa,
thank you,
Viz.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, Chairperson, I hear Councillor Madlala's proposal, but I think people who are mandated to provide answers to questions are officials. And I think officials are confident in that they have enough information to be able to respond to these questions. Hence, we have these questions appearing on the council agenda. And Councillor Madlala himself has confirmed that they have received answers. So if there are supposed to be follow-up questions to what we've tabled today, by all means, we can deal with those during portfolio committee meetings. But because officials are confident in that they have enough information to provide to this council, I would propose that we proceed and have these questions answered in this council meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, can speak, Councillor Reddy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Councillor Madlala on this one because, for one, and I want to advise councillors as well, I noticed that these are all questions posed by the DA, and I want to say to the DA councillors that you are fortunate you have two members who sit on the executive committee. So when issues come up in your community and people are raising, I see some pertinent questions here about pump stations and refuse bags, which are critical issues. You don't go and write a question to the speaker, which is 10 days before the council meeting, to get a response at the council meeting. Chair, there's a point of order. I want to know what this
there's a point of order.
Yeah.
Mthethwa.
Mr. Speaker, we're not dealing with opinions here. We are dealing with the issues of procedure.
That is not a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Questions were
Viz,
submitted
please be quiet.
What rule? In terms of what rule is a point of order raised?
Councillor Reti, please. Councillor Reti, please be quiet. Baba Mthethwa.
I think these questions did follow procedure as we know it. So Councillor Reti's opinion does not matter here unless he wants to challenge the procedural aspect of tabling these questions. So his views as to when questions can be tabled do not feature anywhere here. We are dealing with the issue of procedure here. Unless you want to challenge the procedure, we will then listen to him.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
thank you very much, Councillor Vice. Please confine yourself, because you were saying you were seconding what was being said by Honorable Madlala.
Point of order that my.
Can you please confine yourself to that?
Yeah, it's not a point of order. He must tell me which rule he's referring to.
No. Vice, listen, Councillor Reti, listen, Councillor Reti, listen. This is council meeting. If you want to address any matter, address myself. Don't address your colleague or other fellow councillors. Please talk to me direct, not to other councillors. Please conclude your point.
I am speaking to you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying to you that there's no specific rule that the councillor is referring to. I don't know what rule he's talking about that I'm defying, but let me come to my point. I'm just appealing, and I'm saying that on this issue, this matter can best be dealt with by the respective chairs of the committees. So if you take this issue of the bin bags, I would expect the councillor that raised it to raise it with the chair of that committee. Now this becomes grandstanding. It becomes playing to the media, and this is what this is all about. And we must
I think, Babu Reti, I got your point that you...
We must avoid politics. So I support Madlala's recommendation
that
this questions be referred to the committees and to the relevant chairpersons to respond to these councillors directly.
Thank you very much. Councillors, there is a proposal that has been seconded that because committees, they will only start to meet beginning of February. Now, these questions be referred back to those committees so that proper answers will be provided. Councillor Madlala move it, and then it has been seconded. Councillor Graham?
Sorry, Chair, I can't put my hand up for some reason. I think it's because I'm a panelist, but you did recognize my hand earlier.
Sorry, apologies. You're on the floor.
Chair, the thrust of this issue is that it's not up to Councillor Madlala or anybody else to determine whether it's appropriate to reply to questions. These are not questions put to politicians, nor are they questions put to committees. They are questions on municipal performance that any of the councillors in this council are entitled to put forward in terms of the rules of order. The rules of order make no mention of council terms because you're asking questions of the administration. So the answers should be the same, regardless of whether we had an election yesterday or whether we were a month away from an election. The rules of order are quite clear that these are questions that can be put through the council process on the performance of the administration. So there really is nothing to be said about them going back to committee or what people's personal feelings are about how these questions should be handled. Councillors can handle questions personally how they see fit. Myself and 3 of my colleagues have put questions on the council agenda in terms of the rules of order. And if you're going to refuse to have those questions answered, where there are clearly answers that have been provided by officials, you must have a rule in terms of the rule of order or ruling in terms of the rule of order that explains why that's taking place. The fact that we're in a new term and, clearly the ANC aren't happy with the answers is not a reason. So I please request that you allow the answers to be read into the record in terms of the rules, and that you don't allow any further distractions that are not informed by the rules of this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, is there any other hand or comment before we make a ruling?
Speaker.
Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I humbly request that our colleagues in the Democratic Alliance don't take this the way they want to take it and turn it into some cheap politicking gimmick. We respect the rules of order and we respect the council. What we are saying, let me repeat it because it's been interpreted to mean something else. What we are saying is that according to the rules, councillors have a right to put these questions, and these questions must be put through the Speaker's office, a politician. And then they must be referred to officials who must provide answers. Those answers must then be brought back to the Speaker's office, a politician, so that the Speaker can then bring them to council. Now, officials don't participate in this council. It's us who are debating here as politicians. Now, as part of our own oversight role as councillors, we must be satisfied that the information that we deliver here is truthful, correct, and can be verifiable. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not casting aspersions on the sincerity and the bona fides of our officials, but we have a duty of care. We have a duty as councillors to verify every information that is brought to us, especially if we are going to communicate the information in public. Now, it's not outside the rules to request that answers are deferred to the next meeting. It's not outside the rules. In fact, it's covered in the rules that if such a request is made, they can be deferred to the next meeting of the council. Now we are saying, that is why we are saying we are begging for indulgence. We are begging our colleagues who have put these questions to allow us space so that we can. So that is what we're saying. Let me draw your attention.
There's a point. There's a point of order. Let me.
Speaker, put simply, Councillor Madlala is misleading council. There is no provision for politicians who are unhappy with council answers to divert them from coming to council. That is simply not listed anywhere in the
point of order, Mr. Speaker. The previous councillor is misleading the council. Let's go to the rules. 27. No, Mr. Speaker. Let's refer to the rules. They must not.
No, you can't. You can't have a point of order on another point of order. Let me listen the point of order from Councillor Nicole. Where is the point of order?
Speaker, the rules are clear. The circumstances in which you can disallow questions, or in which questions can be deferred. The rules don't allow. Speaker, there's a strange.
No, you're on the floor. Can speak.
Thank you. If you can just please, this matter is not custom or not responsible. The politicians who are presenting the questions in council cannot use their political might to squash the answers to questions because they aren't happy with those answers. And that's exactly what's happening here. The rules are quite specific that we can put in questions, that officials in the administration provide the answers, and that the answers are facilitated through the council process by your office. So I'm requesting you as the Speaker of Council to please facilitate that flow of answers. Councillor Madlala has misled council by implying that politicians can stop that process if they don't like the answer. That is not founded in the rules.
Thank you very much for your point. Baba Madlala, can you conclude? This you are noted. Madlala, can you conclude your point?
Yes. Honourable Speaker, let me draw your attention to Rules of Order 27.8.
Yes.
It reads as follows.
Read it.
Where questions are submitted to council in terms of this rule, the Speaker must forward a copy of every question to the chairperson of the relevant committee.
Correct.
And the municipal manager who must ensure that a response is given at the next council meeting. Now, Speaker, what, despite the paraphrasing that is done by Councillor Nicole to verify a point that does not exist, that I'm trying to mislead, the chairperson of the committee is not just a conduit, is not just a passage through which these answers must just fly through. That chairperson has a responsibility, and such responsibility include ensuring that the answers cover the questions. Now, say the questions, you receive the answers and you find that they are irrelevant to the questions asked. You are not going to then bring them here and pretend as if you are now surprised that the answers do not correspond to the questions that are asked. You have a duty, if not to the DA, but to the people of eThekwini. When questions are asked about their service delivery, you must be truthful in providing the answers. Now, we are asking for that. I'm not speaking on behalf of every chairperson that has received this. I'm saying as a caucus of the ANC, we said we want to satisfy ourselves and in the process, satisfy other members of the committee who are not part of the ANC. That's the question, the answers that are provided on behalf of their committees are truthful and can be backed up by facts and verifiable on the ground. That is what we're asking for, and thank you. We rest, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, you see, Rule 27 makes provision for questions to be put to the council as well as to the subcommittees. And Councillor Madlala is quite correct when he says that the responsibility for the answer of that question lies with the chair of the portfolio committee. And if you go and read 27 subsection 8 of the rules, it states quite clearly, as Madlala pointed out, that the chairperson of the committee agrees whether this question should be answered or not answered. Now, my appeal, and I don't want to play, sorry, I hear some chirping going on.
You're on the floor, you're recognized, can speak.
Thank you.
Let's not
there's a
distract,
point of
please
order.
conclude your point.
Yeah, mention what the point of order is. Don't just say point of order for nothing.
I'm waiting.
Mr. Speaker, I heard point of order.
Viz, can you please conclude your point?
All right. So, Mr. Speaker, Madlala is quite correct, and I want to appeal to councillors not to use this provision to raise questions, to grandstand and to politic, especially around service delivery.
Yes, I see there are four hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see there are four hands. Let me take those four hands. The first hand is for Councillor Said.
Thank you, Speaker. I think in terms of what we're speaking to here, Speaker, you are the Speaker of Council, and we need to recognize that as well. For the past 2 days, you've had speakers' meetings with all the chief whips of the parties. And if this was not raised as part of this agenda, then I submit that this be concluded and we move forward with the questions as they are. Because if any party needed to have raised it, they should have raised it in your Speakers Committee meeting and not in a full council meeting moving forward. Now, in terms of the rules and all of that, it's all fully understandable and everyone's arguments is there. Nor am I taking any side. What I'm saying is it is currently in the agenda. We should stick to the agenda and continue. Thank you, Speaker.
Let me get the next speaker. Honorable Mayor. We'll rule after we've taken all these hands. We'll rule after all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The request by Councillor Madlala is not a reference back to the committees, but is a deferment for consideration of these questions. So therefore, the rules allows for that to happen. Then the questions can be dealt with in the next meeting. And I think the reasons that he has put in place are very fundamental. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tuli. Tembo. Yeah. Councillor Pile, you the last.
Sibingelele umhlangano. Ngicabanga ukuthi ume usengikhavile nje.
Okay.
Konke.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Pile. You are the last.
Speaker, I can't raise my
Mr.
hand. Please add me. Sorry, Patrick.
Mr. Speaker,
Councillor
I
Pillay.
want to express the mayor has covered me actually. So the answers to these questions can be deferred for the next meeting if there is no answers forthcoming today. Thank you.
Thank you. You were the last. Therefore, Councillor, thanks.
I can't raise my hand.
What's that?
It's Councillor Graham. I can't raise my hand.
Okay, speak before we rule.
Speaker, the rules allow for questions to be held over if there's a reason for them to be held over. My fundamental objection is that this is not a political function, in that questions are not given by chairpersons of committees. They are provided by the administration. And chairpersons of committees cannot block questions coming to council if they don't like the answers. And that's a
point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the rules, which says that a councillor cannot mislead this council. And Councillor Graham is persistently misleading the council. It's been pointed out to her the role of the chairpersons of the committees. And it just so happens that the chairpersons may not be people that she likes, but the reality is that the rule says the chairpersons take responsibility for the answers. If they don't want to even answer the questions, they don't have to. But the mayor made the point that the questions are to be deferred to the next meeting of the council or to the committees. And I support that.
Thank you. I think councillors who have spoken before, Councillor Graham, have referred to the rules and they are written in black and white. Can you please conclude your point so that I hear what is the point of order?
Let me actually speak to the rules, because Councillor Reddy is in such a tiz to please the ANC that it may be...
point of order, Mr. Speaker. Once again, she's misleading the council and
Councillor,
making political statements like a
Reddy.
small baby.
Councillor,
sorry,
Councillor Reddy.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Graham, let's confine ourselves to the point being discussed.
The point is that
don't address Councillor Reddy, just address myself. What is your point? I want us to conclude the matter now and make a ruling.
Municipal performance that are asked of the administration. They are not asked of chairpersons of committees. Section 27.8, which everybody has been referring to, says that a copy of the questions must be sent to the municipal manager and the chairpersons of the committees. It does not say that the chairpersons of the committees have a discretionary role to determine whether those questions come to council or not, or whether they are happy with the answers. All it says is that the chairpersons of committees must be kept abreast of what the answers are. Now, Councillor Mxolisi is a committee chairperson. He's obviously seen the answers because you called on him to respond. And as Councillor Syed indicated, the questions are on the agenda and were tabled in the correct format. So what I'm asking you to do, Chair, is to refer to the rules. We have complied with the rules. This is not about people's opinions. It's about the rules of order of this council, which govern our conduct, in which chairpersons of portfolio committees do not have a basis on which to block answers to council because they don't like the answers. All it says is that they must receive a copy of the answers, which they obviously have. So I'm asking you if you can please allow the answers to those questions to be tabled in terms of the rules, because from our side, as the four councillors from the DA, we have complied with everything that was requested of us.
Thank you very much, councillors. I think I've listened to all the point raised and the arguments advanced by different speakers. I think all of you are raising valid points. But I think I will rule that the questions in terms of Rule 27 of Rule of Order will be deferred and answers will be provided in the next council, hoping that by that time more detailed information will be provided to the relevant councillors who have asked questions. I then rule. Thank you. Let's move to the next item. Then we are moving now to reports. Before inviting His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda to table the ESCO report. Are there any councillors that have interest to declare? If there are no, then we'll ask His Worship the Mayor to table the report. There are no councillors to declare. I will then ask the City Manager to present items as contained in the ESCO report. City Manager? Oh, no, sorry, the mayor to table the report first. If there are no interest to be declared. His Worship the Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On a lighter note, I have the interest to declare that in your Speaker's report, you spoke of matric results. So my daughter is involved in those results and she received 5 distinctions. So that is the interest that I want to declare. But let me continue, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Proceed.
Let me continue, Honorable Speaker, and formally present the first report of the Executive Committee, which is working tirelessly since we have started this new year. Thank you very much.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first report of the Executive Committee starts with the item which is called Sundry Grant in Aid Distribution Program. Committee recommends.
There are speakers on the report. The first speaker is from the IFP, Councillor Mngadi. Sunday Grant in Aid Distribution Program. In the list of speakers, I have Councillor Edward Mngadi. Are you still interested to speak? If you are not available, ACTP, Councillor Komete, Simo.
He's trying to unmute himself, Mr. Speaker, Councillor Mngadi.
Okay, let's check Ukomete while he's trying to unmute.
Or maybe those who are controlling the system must unmute him.
Okay, we'll do that, Councillor Nkos. Thank you. Councillor Komete, Simo, let's check you while we are trying to unmute Councillor Mngadi.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me greet all the members of the councillors. We as the ACDP acknowledge that there are many NPOs and NGOs that are doing an exceptional work in the community. Most of these organizations and the work stand at jeopardy because of the funding. Firstly, the ACDP supports the Grant in Aid Distribution Program. We call on the community to ensure those organizations that are creating true impact and bringing wholesome changes are considering as a priority instead of those political connected for self-enrichment. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Komete. Simo. Let's try to unmute or raise your hand so that we see you. We are being assisted at this site. While we are trying to unmute you, let me take Councillor Stembile Memela from EFF. Councillor Stembile. Are you struggling to unmute or there's a technical problem? Please raise your hands so that you are being assisted so that we see you. Councillor Gumede, can you please raise your hand? And Councillor Memela.
Chair,
Right, who's that? Is Gumede or
it's Councillor Mvubu.
No. You are not on the list. I'm looking for.
No, I just want to bring something to attention.
No.
He's being.
No.
You need to unmute her on your side. Councillor Memele can't speak because she's muted. Her mic is muted.
No. I said those who are on the speakers list, they must raise their hand so that we do exactly what
she's doing this.
No. If he raises his hand, the team will see him. Please, councillors, raise your hand. Councillor Gumede. You must raise your hand in the system, not like this.
But what are you saying now?
No, I'm trying to clarify so that
you don't know how to operate these devices. Nah, you don't have to.
Yeah, Babu Mngati, Babu Mngati, you are now unmuted. Can you please speak, Mngati? Councillor Mngati. Yeah, you have.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Unmute yourself. Thank you. We can hear you now. You can speak. Councillor Mngati, sikuzwile kancane la uPaul uqhubeke. Uyazwakala.
Councillor Memela.
Memela, yes. Memela, yes, you can speak.
Yeah.
Niyazwakala mina introduce masebeni ngikhuluma nizwakala. Memela?
The speaker.
Yes, I can hear you saying speaker. Colleagues, I don't understand what is happening, whether there's a technical problem on our side or in their side.
Just guess your technical team to sort this out. Because at initial stages, you can hear greeting, but eventually when she wants to make a submission, you can't hear.
Yes, that's my problem, because you can hear them greeting, but when they want to make their points, you can't hear them. But this side, once you raise your hand in the system, they will unmute you. Once you are being unmuted this side, you have to unmute yourself on your gadget and speak. Ubaba Mngadi eyakhe nje microphone zavaliwe.
Yeah, but his hand is up, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why he has not been unmuted.
Speaker.
Umngadi khulumayo. Councillor Mngadi.
No.
Memela,
it's Memela, not Mngadi.
Memela, you can speak, Memela.
Yeah, you know what, Speaker, I'm just going to allow Memela to use my device because seemingly has some issues.
Thank you very much for that.
Let's allow her to use mine.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Memela?
Yes, Speaker. Under Sundry Granting Aid Distribution Program, we as EFF abstain. Now we have to motivate the grant should be given to NGOs, NPOs, because those structures have a proper plan. They have a financial audit, organogram, and also they have a group of people. And NPOs and NGOs, they do give back to the community, unlike giving grants to individuals. So we abstain.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Memela. Councillor Kumete and Mngadi are now unmuted.
Councillor Mngadi is coming in.
Thank you. Can speak.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Sundry Granting Aid is quite a good program to have, and some good work has been done. But IFP still calls for some improvement in the manner it is conducted in terms of transparency and and the manner it is conducted. Please make the process a little more inclusive. Bonke abantu abakaJehova. Another point, IFP will also be happier if individuals and organizations that do not make it during adjudication process are assisted, capacitated, and for them to do better and improve their work. Each and every ward could be exposed to this program to be able to benefit from this good program, which is more than 10 million. IFP will support this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before councillors, I allow Councillor Madlala to be the last speaker on this item. Ngesikhathi kukhuluma uCouncillor uMemela kube nephimbo engalazi ukuthi likabani elikhulume ukuthi leliselesele eliwucity manager liyahleka. Ngesikhathi siqala meeting, I made an appeal in my report ukuthi umhlangano weCouncil kumele mohlonishwe, indlela esikhuluma ngayo, indlela kufanele senza ngayo. Kodwa eliCouncil ebeleza le comment liyaphambana nama rules of council, ikakhulukazi if you are in a meeting of council. You can't refer to a human being ukuthi uyiselesele. Therefore, I will request ukuthi councillor lo bekade enza lawo ma comment mhlambe ngoba angimazi ukuthi ubani, but bekukhuluma uMemela ngesikhathi enza lokho. Mhlambe ke sihlangane sikhulume naye in my office so that I understand the reason why he makes such statements. Because the statement, it is against the rules, and any councillor who makes such statement can be disciplined. Can I request a person who have made those statements to come to my office so that we discuss his concern? Maybe he will be assisted. Let's proceed with the agenda. City Manager.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, Councillor Graham.
Councillor Graham.
I'm sorry to interrupt the City Manager.
Sorry. I made a mistake. I said I will make this comment and allow Madlala. It was my last speaker. Apologies.
My concern, I just want to mention about the numbers. We can't see numbers, and if we can see numbers, and I don't recall us doing a roll call unless I missed that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Numbers will be displayed. Apologies, Madlala. You were the last speaker on the item. Councillor Madlala. Before I move to the next item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we support this program. This program started a while back. It focuses on organizations that are doing work in the communities, non-profit organizations that are doing work in the communities. The eThekwini municipality runs this program through its community participation and action support unit. Now, we understand that the extent of the need out there outstrip our capacity to provide help as a municipality. but our focus has always been on the poorest of the poor, as identified by various indicators in terms of the areas from which those organizations are from. The kind of support that we provide is not only financial, but also material. You'll find that we provide assistance in terms of capacity, providing skills, knowledge, and tools to those organizations in order to be able to undertake the kind of work that they do in communities. Now, the list of applicants is long, but the selection process is fair. If any member of the council is interested in the process, they can come forward and we'll take them through, so that even those who are not successful this year, they are going to be taken through a program wherein if they are not successful because they did not meet certain requirements, they are assisted in order so that by come the next cycle, they are able to meet such requirements. So we are quite pleased with the progress we have made in terms of this program. We know that our budget limitations does not allow us to reach as far as we would want to reach. And I know that a need has been expressed that maybe we need to find partners for this program, like other departments, be it provincial or national, and maybe find other organizations who are going to assist in augmenting the kind of work that we do in terms of the granting program. So with that, Speaker, we support the program and we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the report accepted, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Let's move to the. I won't take hands who don't appear in the list of the speakers. The councillors that were called were councillors that appear in the list of speakers. We are now done on this item, hence I'm requesting councillors to indicate whether the report is accepted or not, but I've got an indication that the report is accepted.
Speaker, it's not accepted. We wish to abstain, please. And I think you need to call a full vote because other people also said the same.
Okay.
And our numbers are not correct. We have 54 councillors present. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Speaker,
Yes, I'm listening. Who's that?
it's Mvu from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Right.
Can I continue?
Yes, you can speak.
Okay, we just want to register our position on the item that has just been presented and debated. The Economic Freedom Fighters would like to abstain.
Okay, thank you. The team is sorting the numbers. Can you get the numbers so that political parties confirm numbers whether they're correct or not? Councillor Mohammed, you're sleeping. Councillor Mohammed, please wake up. While we are sorting the numbers, I can see that we are sleeping. Okay, thank you.
Speaker,
I'm
Speaker,
listening.
some assistance, please.
Yes, who's speaking?
It's Councillor Said from ACC.
Yes, Said, you can speak.
Speaker, just to assist us, obviously we're new in council and obviously we're looking at something called Sundry Grant in Aid that's going out to 107 NGOs across the city. For us, we're a bit concerned in terms of exactly who those recipients are, as well as which areas does it affect and what are the programs in fact it is. So maybe if whoever it is that is pushing for the Sundry Grant in Aid or whichever committee.
Councillor said, yeah, you know that
yes,
what we are saying, yes, you might be correct, but in terms of the process of running a meeting,
yes,
yeah, only speakers who are in the list who have indicated that they would like to engage on the matter in the agenda. Now, your name was never submitted to me that you want to engage on the matter. And the matter has been discussed and concluded. We are now at a stage where there are those who support the approval of the item and there are those who are opposing the approval. Now, we are sorting numbers so that I get the indication in terms of numbers of those who are in support and those who are not supporting the item. That's where we are now. Therefore, I hear what you are trying to raise, but in terms of the procedure, you were supposed to indicate that you want to speak and your name will appear on the speakers list and you'll be afforded a chance to speak. I'm sorry about that. Let's confirm numbers and conclude the item and move. Apologies. Yes, numbers have been confirmed. I think all of you councillors, you can see on the screen numbers from all political parties. The item has been debated. We are now at a stage where we have to get an indication of those who are in support of the item to be carried forward. Let me get an indication. Those who support the item. I will start. I will start calling. I will start calling as per you appear in the list. I will start with the ANC. Those who are in support. ANC.
The ANC supports.
Thank you. DA. DA abstain. EFF.
Abstain.
Thank you. IFP.
As our councillor said, we support.
Support. Thank you. Action SA. Action SA. Let's move to APC. ACC.
Yeah, Chair, we support it. However, we'd like to see after the fact exactly what has transpired.
Thank you.
once this is
Support. ACTP.
We support. Thank you.
AIC. Right. AIC. AIC.
Thank you, Speaker. We support.
Thank you.
As the AIC.
Yes, it's DLC. Yeah?
DLC supports, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, ADEC.
ADEC does not abstain. ADEC will support. Thank you.
Thank you. APF. APF. ATM. ATM. Achama.
ATM is not here. ATM sent an apology.
Speaker, I have my hands up.
Deputy Mayor.
Lwazi Nkomeni has said his mic is blocked. And then there was another one, Bongumusa Kupega, same mic. We are humbly asking, Speaker, if we can also look on the side of your computer. There's something that will show you. That's what I'm reading. I've also been sending the same. I support the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Speaker.
Was that we are voting now? Let me move to Alchama.
You jumped me, Speaker. Lwazi Nkomeni of ATM.
Oh,
because
I told you you are not here. ATM.
ATM supports, but I just want to complain that
Thank
we've
you.
been trying to.
No, you will come to my office with complaints. We are voting now. We'll entertain complaints after meeting in my office. Al-Jama. JEP. JEP.
Not here.
KZNI. MF.
Not here. Indisposed.
Musa. Musa, don't leave.
Musa
NFP. NFP. Is NFP present? Let's move to PFP.
PFP supports.
Thank you. TA.
TA supports.
Thank you. UIM.
UIM abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Support.
Support. Freedom Plus support. Then, yeah, PRM. Apologies.
As we said, revolution from below, we are supporting this. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. APF, they're trying to respond. I think he supports, but he can't be able to go through.
Okay, let's check here. APF. APF, let's look. Please, APF, raise your hand so that we assist you with the site to unmute you. APF. APF.
No, actually, he's got a problem with the device, but as far as he told me, he supports.
I am blocked, Speaker. I support.
Who are you?
APF.
Okay, thanks. We are blocked. then, thank you very much. Let's go back to NFP. NFP, your hand is up. We can see you.
Yes,
NFP.
NFP, please. NFP. is muted. Is muted. NFP, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself.
NFP support.
Thank you. Who's left?
Speaker.
Are we done with all the parties now?
We're not done, Speaker. I have my hands up.
Deputy Mayor?
APC should reflect.
Yeah, APC has voted. Can you please, guys, add APC? Thank you. Councillor Madala, please mute your mic. Madala, mute your mic. UIM, abstain, eh?
UIM abstain.
Thank you. We have all voted now. Let me allow the team to tally the numbers, then we will announce shortly.
Speaker, it's Councillor Graham.
Graham?
There isn't a vote recorded for Action SA. I know they have had a leadership change. I see Councillor Kubeka is listed as a panelist, but I see there is no vote recorded for them. They are on the meeting.
Thank you. But we afforded everyone a chance to vote, but some of them are quiet. They are not responding. I don't know what is happening. But in our system, they are part of the meeting. They are abstaining.
Mr. Speaker, the Action SA hand is up. I can see Kubeka's hand is up from Action SA. He said they're abstaining.
He is saying they're abstaining.
Yes.
They just put in the chat. Thank you very much. KZNI. KZNI. They're not present. Eh? Yeah, he's part of the meeting. KZNI. Please unmute yourself. Yeah, I can see your hand, but please unmute yourself. KZNI, speak, please. Now, I don't want to and announce the results without affording other parties to participate in the voting. Hence, I'm trying, because these people I'm calling, they are part of the meeting. I can see their hands are up. I'm requesting them to unmute. Which party is speaking? That is KZNI. KZNI. You support. Thank you.
guys eating away there for Africa. Sure. We can hear
Councillors,
all the
councillors, please mute your mic. I requested that if you are not recognized, you must mute your mic because we don't want to hear things that are discussing privately. And you are disrupting the project of council. Let's respect the meeting, please. Councillors, I don't understand why there are people who are constantly raising their hands. When we are voting, there's no need to raise hands, except when we are recognized to speak on behalf of your party. We want to conclude now on this item, but unfortunately, there are speakers that they are unable to unmute themselves so that we hear their point. We'll then tally the numbers and announce results soon. Thank you.
Why is it taking so long?
No, there's a problem with the system. I've been raising my hand.
Shonilanga.
Thank you very much, councillors. There are 200 people councillors who participated in the voting process. Those who are in support are 117. Those who are against is nil, 0. Those who abstain is 83. Therefore, the recommendation is being carried forward. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to page number 13. On item number 2, which is called eThekwini Municipalities Monthly Public Tender Awards for the month of October 2022. Committee recommends.
I think this is for noting. Is the report noted,
Yes.
councillors?
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 3, budget statement report for the month ended in October, on the 31st of October 2021. Committee recommends.
Yes, thank you very much. It's for noting, but their speakers, actually number 3, page 13. Yeah, the first speaker is Councillor Kaunda, then Councillor Naidu will be the next, then Councillor Vugani Ndlovu will be the third speaker, then the last speaker will be His Worship the Mayor Kaunda. As per the list, Councillor Kaunda.
Thank you, Chair. Good day. So, Chair, it's another year, it's another series of budget reports, and the images that these reports conjure up is simply a sinking ship. And while some are trying to help others get into the lifeboats, your merry band keeps playing while you rearrange your deck chairs. We also see a bus driver telling his passengers to be calm because he's about to turn away from the cliff, when in fact he's just merely accelerating towards it. Now, this budget compilation, reprioritization and adjustments must move away from being political instruments and cash cows. The DA has repeatedly raised serious concerns about the implementation of the proposed turnaround strategy plan of eThekwini's water and sanitation. And this particular report indicates that eThekwini has lost almost 54% of its billable water since August 2021. And this figure has been steadily rising in terms of losses. The municipality is losing more water than it sells, resulting in revenue amounting to more than R1 billion a year. Now, these major outages in urban areas necessitate expenditure in the millions just on water tanker hire. Water from tankers is certainly indicative that eThekwini is failing in its core mandate. This week, we are sitting with substantive human rights violations in many areas, but this is a month after month occurrence. Whilst this report only lists 2 reasons for water losses, namely illegal water connections and aging infrastructure, we, the DA, have raised again concerns of multiple other factors that contribute to your water losses. The contracted services have decreased by 525 million rands due to a decrease in repairs and maintenance in the sum of 117 million rands. Now, you have your operational challenges, which have been also steadily on the increase, with a rise in instances of empty stores, lack of TLBs, drivers, not enough technical ground staff, defective telemetry, and the big elephant in the room, consequence management. Where is the master plan to mitigate these losses? Residents complain of major bursts and leaks which gush for hours and days without being isolated. It is going to cost eThekwini 128 billion rands to revamp the city's water infrastructure. The city desperately needs immediately 12 billion rand. Unfortunately, our budget allocations in this particular unit has only averaged 300 to 400 million rands a year. And it was recently slashed again. And if I remember correctly, it was almost 40%. Now, the municipality's aging and poorly maintained water infrastructure has severely hampered its ability to ensure consistent water supply. And if we do not supply water, how can we then generate revenue? The financials as well in terms of revenue is quite bleak, as our collection rate in this unit was only 67.8%. Another red flag was that the decrease in revenue in water was a staggering 148 million rands in water and 87 million rands in sanitation. Why? Erroneous billing. Now, this is preposterous, as the city has invested millions in the failed RMS system. But you know what? Let's just move another deck chair. It was and it is extremely painful to watch how the ANC condones and turns a blind eye to the rampant overtime expenditure. As you all know, the audit committee has expressed concerns that there were still no control measures implemented in order to reduce overtime expenditure, despite them as well raising this a number of times. For 2 consecutive years, the city has paid more than R1 billion in overtime, and no benefit whatsoever has been derived from the creation and existence of the overtime task team. Firemen, security staff, and Metro Police have been doubling their salaries during the lockdown by claiming up to 300 hours overtime a month. The city's overtime cap is set at 40 hours a month per employee. Now, ANC politicians seem to treat public money like a bottomless pit, while the quality of life outside City Hall is crumbling and decaying. It cannot be right that we dish out bonuses, fail to collect debt, pay astronomical, unjustified overtime, buy suits for security to look good, spend millions on EPWP and Zimbabwe with no tangible results. While in this day and age, people are standing, pleading, begging, shouting, and screaming for water to drink and bath. Yet taxpayers are forced to pay for these atrocious services. Now, this is indeed a serious management problem in eThekwini. There is simply no muscle, no political will, or real-time strategy to get things done. It's just replaced by report after report and lengthy explanations. The DA has requested urgent responses and actions from the city leadership, particularly on the water losses and overtime preventative maintenance. The water and sanitation has become eThekwini's most critical challenge at the moment, and we need focused attention, not fancy footwork in reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kaunda. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Naidu. Councillor Naidu. Let me take Councillor Vugani while we are trying to check with Naidu what is happening. Councillor Ndlovu.
Councillor Naidu's hand is up, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Naidu, please unmute your mic. Yeah, but this side, Councillor Naidu, your mic is unmuted. Please speak. Let me check Councillor Ndlovu while we're trying to assist Councillor Naidu. Councillor Ndlovu. Can you check? Councillor Ndlovu?
Speaker?
Yes, we are audible.
Okay. Can I then speak?
Yes, you are recognized to speak, yeah.
Okay. The continuous irregular and unauthorized fruitful expenditure is our serious concern, and it looks like the city council is failing to deal decisively with its challenges that are facing the municipality. We therefore, as the EFF, support any investigation that seeks to establish any wrongdoing and the abuse of finances in the municipality. The EFF also notes with disgust and concern the reports about the issues of overspending, continuous overspending on Metropolis, and we want this to be thoroughly investigated and details be given, the breakdown on who benefits from this overtime equally, and where and how are these overtimes are done. The city must at least hire more staff complement than just to give few individuals exorbitant overtimes. We therefore, equally as the EFF, want to request the council to fast-track its investigation on the verification of the EPW beneficiaries. We are aware of this program that it is rotten to the core and has become a gold mine for certain individuals within the ruling party who wants to enrich themselves on the expense of the poor and the downtrodden citizen of this country. We therefore strongly believe that this government or the council has capacity to insource all these workers to give them dignity and security as well. The EFF wants to abstain in this notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. We will now move to His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda, as the last speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by welcoming the report. As ANC, we welcome and note the report because it talks on the realities. The report acknowledges the challenges that are confronting our municipality. Part of those challenges is aging infrastructure, which the fourth administration had to resolve in a particular intervention to ensure that we are able to respond to the aging infrastructure by introducing an infrastructure levy, which will enable this municipality to source more funding to invest on rehabilitating, on ensuring that we renew, and ensuring that we also expand, we upsize the sizes of pipes so that people receive adequate water supply in our municipality. We must acknowledge, Honorable Speaker, that there are challenges that we are confronted with. Part of those challenges is budgetary issues, that the unit is under budgeted. That's a consideration that we'll need to make as we continue with our budgeting processes so that we can give them more funding to be able to respond to this. But we can't deal with that in isolation of the challenges that our communities are experiencing due to COVID-19 and the unrest. Many people have lost their income, and as a result, they are unable to pay for the services. Because we've got to understand that our operational budget is 72% constituted by collection of rates and tariffs. So therefore, when we are unable to collect as envisaged and reach the threshold, that directly affects the budget of our municipality to be able to run with these issues in a manner that is envisaged. So that's another element that we'll have to address, but we are seeing some positive responses from communities. Yes, January and other months will have challenges, but definitely we'll be able to recover. We only collected 92%. What is the threshold? It's 95%. So therefore, we need to up the game in terms of revenue collection and also dealing decisively with the debts that we are owed by other entities and the government departments. So we have started to switch them off, and they are coming on board to make arrangements for payments. As a result, others have come in and paid more than 140 million rand from the debt that they are owing. So it's an indication that if we can continue to be able to raise this revenue collection percentage, we'll be able also to face the challenges. But we acknowledge in many areas on the infrastructure, hence this municipality has invested a lot of money to try and respond to those infrastructural challenges. Let me give an example. In Tongaat, we opened about 40 million expansion of the reservoir, as well as Ematata in Ward 3, so that we are able to provide water in those areas. There are programs and projects that are taking place in areas like Adams, as well as Ngonyamendi, But we have decided that myself and the chairperson of the committee will be staging visits to these committees to go and account on the number of interventions that are put in place to address the challenges of water. There is a plan for the water losses that we are experiencing. We are not happy with the implementation of that plan, so more efforts must be put so that we expedite that plan to work better for us to save water that we have as a municipality. Part of those interventions is that our officials must not wait for the reference number for them to go and fix a water leak and go and fix a sanitation, the sewer spillages. But what they need to do is to ensure that we give them enough resources, material is adequate, so that whatever they see on their way to the one that they are attending, but they are able to close all the faults that are reported and unreported. Because what becomes important is the municipality that respond where people are experiencing challenges. We must also talk about the EPWP. I hear other councillors saying that we must employ all EPWP. The intention is good, but when it comes to practicality of doing that, we are a 28,000 employee institution. So you can't reach a threshold in terms of your budget, in terms of what you spend on personnel and what you spend on programs. So therefore, the answer to that is that we have a steering committee that is dealing with the issue of EPWP, not politicking about it, but responding to it, because some of them may be absorbed, but some of them, there must be an exit strategy put in place so that they are able to be responded to their aspirations and their plight as people who are human beings. And we can't do away. I hear Councillor Kaunda comparing our programs like eziBambele and EPWP as programs which are not important. To us, those programs are important because part of the objectives of those programs is to skill our people. Part of those objectives is to ensure that we avail a work opportunity for those who are unemployed in a space of 2 years, so that by the time they have to exit the system, they've accumulated relevant skills which will enable them to go out to the public there and to the labor market and see what they can utilize those skills for, and also open their businesses. So intentions are good, objectives are good. All what we need to do is to stick to what the Act says, that they must be limited in a space of 2 years. We can't exceed 2 years. If you want to exceed 2 years, an additional year should be requested to the Minister of Labour to do so. So we are actually dealing with the backlog here, where people have spent 20 years, some have been here for 11 years, some have been here for 8 years. So it becomes an issue because our labor laws do not require us just to disregard that, but we have to adhere to the laws to ensure that those people are accommodated in any way that will be legal. Then the issue of eziBambele, yes, in areas maybe that Councillor Kaunda reside, she won't see eziBambele, but eziBambele is out there. What councillors, they see eziBambele people dealing with veggies around the areas where they are deployed in those wards, as well as fixing some potholes. So all those interventions are there to deal with socio-economic issues that our people are faced with, and they are making a lot of impact, positive impact to the families to have a source of income on a monthly basis so that they can still survive. So those are programs which are noble programs, but they need us to ensure that we up the game on supervision and also ensure that we support those who are working with equipment that they require so that they can do their work effectively and efficiently. So our responsibility as a city is to support them rather than saying they are not needed. It is a good program of government, of ANC-led government in the country, which must be supported. So we can look at how do we prioritize our budget, but we can't do away with EPWP and eziBambele. Those programs are there to eradicate poverty, to deal with the issues of unemployment that are still confronting us. The issue on irregular expenditure, I'm sure we have read the report of Auditor General, although we are not where we want to be, but we must acknowledge as a city that we had 5 matters before us, now there are 2, and we are working. There are plans that we have put in place to work on irregular expenditure, and wherever they show their active faces, matters are now referred to CIIU for investigations, and consequence management is taking place. And the contracts of senior managers have also captured such aspect in their contracts that indeed senior managers must take up to themselves that they are responsible when this irregular expenditure occurred. So they are the ones who must be accountable, and consequence management must be effective. Chair, the overtime, we agree with Councillor Ndlovu. The overtime is there, and sometimes it gets abused, but with the Metro Police, we're supposed to be having 5,000 police officers to conduct policing in eThekwini. We have around 2,000. So it shows that we need to work harder to close those vacancies that are there in the metropolis. Hence, we recruit on an annual basis 200. Yes, 200 is small to respond to that number, but resources are not allowing us to do more than what we are trying to do. But they have to replan, they have to refocus in terms of dealing with crime in the area, and ensure that the shift system is also dealt with, so that it allows that we are able not to experience unnecessary overtime. But most of overtime that have been forwarded before us have been verified, and they are legit, and they are justified that they can't do otherwise. They've got to stretch themselves, because resources, especially human capital, is limited to be all over and to have footprints all over the city. But we are working with them to do that, and they are now coming to focus in the CPD to bring about stability, and we'll start to see change moving forward. They are finding people who park anyhow and all of that. So those are kind of interventions that we are looking forward to see. Honorable Speaker, we must also respond on the issues raised, that the municipality must be responsive to the people's aspirations. So therefore, all these issues that people are complaining about, there has been some challenges with SCM. Part of those challenges was that they are understaffed. They were complaining that they can't deal with everything. So we did make some interventions through the city manager, where through the skills audits that we conducted, there are people with expertise of SCM who were seated somewhere, but the skills audit has enabled us to locate those people, including the catalytic projects. There were engineers required. They've been supplied because they've been recalled from the other work that they've been doing, which is not related on the expertise that they have. So there's a reshuffle that is required in the institution, so that we are able to service our people better. But we acknowledge that there are challenges. We acknowledge that we need to intervene speedily to address those challenges. So we'll work together, and we are hard at work to address those challenges. Moving forward, and we'll be having the Mayoral Lekhuta, where we'll be putting other plans here in February to ensure that we are responsive to all these challenges, fundamental challenges that are confronting our people. But we are not neglecting them. There is something being done. Plans are in place. We need to expedite those plans to find expression. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, His Worship, Councillor Kaunda. I see their hands, but according to my list, there was only Councillor Kavenda, Councillor Naidu Chain, Vugane, and the Mayor. All those speakers have been afforded an opportunity to speak. Councillor Kaunda was the last speaker on the item. Now I don't know why there are hands, but I can see there's still some people want to. Let me hear. There's a hand. Ubalo.
Speaker, our Councillor Jane Naidu, her hand is up for quite a long time.
Yes,
check with
Babu
people who are
Ghost, but
controlling.
we afforded her a chance to speak. There was a problem with the mic. We said we'll come back to her before maybe the mayor respond. But if now his mic is working, we can still give her a chance to speak because he was in the list of speakers. Are you now ready to speak? Or there's still a problem? Councillor Chain? Yeah, I'm failing to understand because other councillors, they can speak. Maybe the problem is with this side or on your side. I don't know. Councillor Nkosi, is she ready to speak now? Councillor Chain?
No, Speaker, can we just please ask who Councillor Mxolisi from the PRM to either mute the camera or take off his heads? It's quite disturbing for us. Please.
Oh, the head is intimidating. Councillor Jane, are you now connected? Councillor Nkosi.
Councillor Jane is ready to speak, Mr. Speaker. But I don't know where is the problem.
May you please tell him on my behalf to speak? Because I'm saying, can you please talk to him or her to speak?
Her.
To her, sorry. Talk to her to speak because he can't hear me.
Okay.
The problem with her mic is being muted, unmuted, muted, unmuted. Yeah, but Babongos, we suspect a network challenge because we can see her unmuting, muting.
Speak.
Yes?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, you had me, the technical had me muted for all of the time that I've been out, but thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without repeating most of the issues raised by the colleagues and speakers before me, I would nevertheless, as the IFP, like to note some of the issues that are pertinent to us as a party. We note the report and the measures documented to reduce over expenditure. However, the serious concerns of the 39.8 million irregular expenditure jumps out in this report. We are hoping that the AMPAC committee will be able to investigate and recover as much as possible. Having funds on hand for only 32 days as per the report puts this municipality in a precarious position. A concerted effort has to be made to have a reserve in place. This is going to need political will and a cleanup across all municipal units. Empty rhetoric is not going to do it, Speaker. The IFP also notes with concern the upward trajectory of the water loss percentages of the 54% against the norm of 7 to 30%. This rising statistic is a blow that the unit can ill afford. On a more practical side, the senior management of eziMbokodweni Water needs to focus on measures such as metering more unmetered properties and boosting revenue. They also need to clamp down heavily on repairs that stem from the operational side. The burst water pipes that drain the water system and go undetected for weeks. What has happened to the War on Leaks program? Investing in heavy machinery such as the TLB excavators and rollback trucks must be prioritized. It has now become the norm for plumbers to be allocated jobs and pass on shifts without attending to the repairs, simply because there is no TLB or no truck or whatever the case may be. All of this on paid time while the community is further prejudiced with no supply, and we are sitting with huge water loss increases. I can go on referencing other examples, Speaker, But what needs to be said is that and enforced is stronger management, accountability, and oversight from all role players. Having programs
Your
in
time
place.
is over. Your time is over.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure who I gotta speak.
Hey, we'll go so slow. Thank you very much. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed? Yes, it's for noting, eh? Because
Noted.
yeah, it's noted. Eh?
Noted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much. The next item.
Yes, next item.
The next item is on page 14, item number 4. It's the budget statement report for the month ended on the 30th of November 2021. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. There are two speakers, Councillor Ben and Councillor His Worship the Mayor Kaunda. Councillor Ben. Are you trying to assist him to unmute? Yes, Councillor Ben, you can speak. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. I'm down to speak on the mid-year statement report, and it's one of those three suites of papers of reports which are highly insightful for councillors, and I hope that councillors have all digested the contents of these reports and will do so in future, because they give a good overview of the status of the municipality. I could comment on debt recovery, I could comment on liquidity, I could comment on the progressive expenditure of the capital budget, but I'm just going to speak on the question of the liquidity, where in December we found ourselves with 30 days cash in hand, if you include the unspent conditional grants, but only 14 days if you exclude those unspent grants, which are other people's monies. I note that it's not mentioned in the budget statement reports, but it is covered in what the Finance Committee receives, that much of the money which the municipality holds is the General Insurance Fund, GIF. It's members from the Finance Committee will recall that having been mentioned previously. So much of the money we actually have got on hand is money which is set aside from not paying insurance premium assets, but keeping the money to self-insure and cover the losses to the municipality. I think we're in dangerous water if we look at the trend on how our liquidity has changed over the last 3 months. We only got 1.49 billion available. In October, it was 1.3. In November, it was down to 954 million rand, not billion, million rand that was available. And that was, in fact, minus 8 days if you exclude the conditional, the unspent conditional grants. Part of the problem is our total debts, which in October was 17.9 billion, November 18 billion, December 17 billion. We acknowledge that we have collection challenges of 3 billion, 3.7 billion, 3.8 billion, but there's 14.2 billion rands worth of collectible debt which we are not recovering. Now, I'll take anyone a bet that it'll turn out that much of that debt is simply not recoverable, because as anybody who works with the residents in a ward will know, there are lots of people who are struggling and simply cannot pay their rates, their electricity charges, their water charges. Of that debt, 1 billion rand is government debt, and that should be the easiest to collect. But as anyone who's been a councillor for more than 5 minutes knows, that that is exceedingly difficult to recover the outstanding debt. What is particularly alarming if you look at the trading services, which are supposed to be, in some instances, the revenue generators, they themselves are not producing the revenue which is budgeted for. For example, electricity in December was 340 million less than expected. Water was 160 million rand less than expected. Sanitation, 100 million rand less than expenditure. A total of 600 million rand less than expenditure in less revenue than was expected, and it's a depressing trend. Mr. Mayor, I would like to request you to have the officials prepare a cash flow statement from now to the end of the financial year, to the end of June, and to present at the next Finance, Security and Emergency Services Committee that cash flow of what the realistic expectations are of what's going to come into the municipality and what's going to go out. I think the time has arrived for a frank conversation and a discourse about the direction which our cash flow is going. And I'd urge you, Mr. Mayor, to present to the finance meeting a cash flow statement showing what the trend and the likely position is going to be as at the end of the financial year. I'll leave the rest of the shortfalls in the budget statement report to other councillors to comment on.
Thank you very much. The next speaker would be His Worship, Councillor Kaunda, the Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, we note the report and we accept the report as presented before us. But there are fundamental aspects which needs to be considered when we talk of finance. The challenge is that whatever we collect equates to what we spend, our expenditure. So we are putting systems in place to try and not to have a balance of the two, because whatever we collect, we should spend lesser and have reserves so that we are able to ensure that our system runs as expected. But we must say we are not in a crisis situation, and we've been both to Auditor General, credit rating agencies have assessed our books. They gave us the AAA credit rating status, which does not get granted to any municipality or any institution without looking at how that institution is handling its own transactions, especially your investments and how your expenditure is also looked at. So that on its own, it gives us confidence and hope that we are still on track. Yes, it's going to happen when we find that the rate of collection is lesser than the threshold. So the dialectics are very clear. When you collect less, so the problem will be when we've got to expand and look at your cash flow, including your days cash on hand. So that on its own, it shows that we need to improve on the collection of revenue, of which is beyond our control at the moment, because people have been severely affected by conditions that were presented by COVID-19. People are unemployed, factories were burnt down, and people have lost their jobs. So as a result, what you used to collect will be lesser than what we used to collect before. So it's important for us to strike that balance looking forward in this aspect, Honorable Speaker. But we must explain that looking at how we handle and manage our investments and how we deal with our loans and service them, that on its own, it also gives us some strength as a city, that even when you go to financial institutions and the DFIs and everybody out there, and whether you talk of Sanlam and many other finance institutions, our name is still attractive because we are able to handle our finances in a manner that is supposed to be. So the reports will be forthcoming in the committee, where we give the status of the cash flow, how far are we going, and what are the interventions that we have put in place. Around December, our teams were sticking more on the interventions to switch off those who are not paying us, and they've been coming forward to try and make arrangements for payment. So those are the kind of interventions which we think they are going to enable us to balance our books and have the cash flow that is balanced. But we must also acknowledge, Chair, that what becomes important is the engagement as well with the national departments, is the engagement with the provincial departments, just to expedite the processes of collecting what is due to us and entities that are owing us as a city. So those billions, if they get recovered. But whilst on the other side, we don't buy bulk water from Guinea Water, then we lose it. So we need to strike those balances and be certain that those losses are going to be reduced so that we are able to see what we consume. But let me tell you, Honorable Speaker, that we are trying to fix some weaknesses in the system. Part of those weaknesses in the system is that we need to capacitate units so that they manage their processes, because what comes to Treasury is the outcome of the things that have been happening in the departments. So once we empower departments to manage issues very well, to ensure that they respond to the issues of their expenditure and ensure that they balance that expenditure and ensure that it doesn't exceed what we have, because those are the interventions that we need to see taking place and finding expression in the system. But we are looking forward to work with the emergency committee and finance to look at these issues and present some of the solutions moving forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillors, the recommendation noted.
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 Yeah, thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are now on to item number 5, ratification of a Rule of Order 28 pertaining to the approval of the update to the households count and indigent household count. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. There are 3 speakers, Councillor Pillay and Councillor Chainadu. Then Mayor will be the last speaker. Councillor Patrick Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this item. However, I want to express my disappointment in respect of the current methodology used in terms of assessing an indigent household using the valuation of properties as a means test. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that not everyone living on a property value below 230,000 Rand are indigent. It is also true that not everyone living on properties above 230,000 Rand are wealthy. It is absolutely paramount, Mr. Speaker, that social relief of any sort are given to the most deserving citizens whom are in the greatest need of social assistance, irrespective of the valuation of the properties. Mr. Speaker, it is in this note that the DLC calls on the mayor and city manager to urgently review the methodology of assessing an indigent household that must be primarily based on their financial status as opposed to the valuation of property. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chain.
Speaker,
Yes, you're
in
audible.
updating the household count and indigent household count as per Stats SA for the incorporation into the midterm amendments, the objective would be to facilitate and plan basic services through the national funding allocation, which caters for the poor and disadvantaged. As to whether this transpires into reality is what the IFP wishes to question. Honourable Speaker, the IFP draws attention to the indigent register in its current format and its mitigating impact, if any, on the poorest of the poor. The policy speaks to ensure that the needy is not left behind when accessing basic services. The sad reality is that many in our communities are living in dire conditions with disconnected electricity and water services due to outstanding debts, ravages of the pandemic, and job losses. The council's application processes of indigent support leave many frustrated and out of the system. Trading service units, electricity and water are under-resourced with inadequate social workers and backlogs with processing of applications. Thousands are eking out a living in the informal sector and dependent on state pensions. The IFP believes that a proper indigent register be implemented and that the income thresholds for water debt relief must give effect to the rising indigent households to reduce the workloads on the social services section. Residents disconnected of services for 3 months and above should be provided with prepaid electricity meters. National allocations allow for the subsidization of tariffs for poor households. These lifeline tariffs must materialize into meaningful actions for the poor and vulnerable. Honorable Speaker, the IFP calls on this council to take care of the poor through the implementation of a proper indigent mechanism, taking note of the increased numbers of indigent households. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda, the last speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, as ANC, we welcome this intervention to update the indigent role that we have, but we also acknowledge that looking at the poverty levels, the numbers will be increasing significantly because people have got to be catered. But the good intervention which we have made as a city was to increase the value of properties to make people to qualify to access this relief. We have moved from 250,000 to 500,000 in terms of the value of the property. So those who deserve and those who qualify, once they present themselves and they get registered in the list, we are able to look at their outstanding bills and we write them off, because the previous council during the fourth administration approved that we need to write off those outstanding debts for those who are deserving and who are part and parcel of the indigent register. But the other intervention is that it is not feasible and it is unaccepted for us as a city to go and switch off services, especially water, to a person who does not have income. So hence we call upon members of the community ukuthi labo abangenayo inzuzo abayingenisayo futhi ama-properties abo nezindlu zabo engaphansi kuba 500,000 abavele ngaphambili ibhalise kuloluhla, ngoba uma bebhalisa kuloluhla lokho kusho ukuthi izikweletu zabo ezinkulu abazikweleta umasipala sizokwazi ukuzicisha uma sekunobufakazi, ngoba kuconductwa ama-means test azoqinisekisa ukuthi angeke sithi kule household they can't afford, they belong to the indigent because there is a senior citizen. But behind senior citizen, there is a doctor or an engineer or a teacher who reside with the senior citizen. So therefore, we need to conduct all those assessments so that we ascertain that people who get to this list, to this indigent register, are people who are really deserving, because we can't subsidize people when they have got source of income and they're supposed to look after their parents. If you live under one roof with your parent and you are working, you are a professional, you've got source of income, you earn more than 3,600 combined with your spouse, then you don't qualify. But those who earn less, their source of income is less than 3,600 combined both spouses, then we are able to put them in the list. So therefore, we wish to encourage our communities, and councillors must send that message to communities to come forward and register. But those who get registered, they must know that there are means tests that are conducted. You can't cheat the system, you must be a deserving resident for you to be able to access all the facilities that are there. Even during COVID-19, there were so many social reliefs which this council gave to those who lost income. We also scrapped interest on the bills that they were owing for a particular period, if I'm not mistaken, from July 2020 till December 31st, December 2021. So those social relief were directed with the sole purpose of addressing all those challenges that our communities are still faced with. So as the ANC, we submit, Speaker, we support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Worship the Mayor. Before I get the indication whether the recommendation is noted or not, there's an issue that I want to address, councillors. Earlier on, a councillor from EFF raised a concern about the manner Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, the hat and the manner is wearing. I thought when I was saying he must try to whether close his video or be presentable in council. But now I want to address you, Councillor Mxolisi, that in terms of the rules, I'm referring to Rule 16. Point 8 that talk about a person who attend any meeting of councillor must be dressed in an appropriate manner. Please, can you please dress in a manner that council expect you to dress, because the hat we are wearing, the Puma shirt we are wearing, I don't think is good to be like that in council. Or if maybe you have a problem when removing your hat, you better close the video so that we don't keep on seeing you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of clarity, if I may. An item that's here for noting, do we vote on whether to note it or not to note it? I just need a clarity from you, please.
No, I will hear from councillors whether if we note it, are there any other contrary view, but I don't think that there's a need to vote. Councillors, is the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Noted.
Noted. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is item number 6. Application in terms of the provisions of the eThekwini Municipalities Planning and Land Use Management Bylaw of 2016, in brackets Municipal Notice number 114 of 2017, close brackets, for the amendment of the eThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme, in brackets Central Sub-Scheme, close brackets. In terms of the eThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme Regulations, Section 7, by the introduction of a new zone called General Residential 6. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed. Agreed.
Speaker, be abstaining on this, please.
Abstaining,
Councillor
PA.
Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager.
Item number
I'm getting a guidance here that if there are those maybe who are against the recommendation, let me get an indication of those who are against. Are there any? There's no one. It's only an abstinence. Okay, thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Item number 7. Item number 7 correction of ward numbers where reprioritized business support markets, tourism and agribusiness capital projects are located. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. City Manager.
Item number 8, removal of restrictive condition of title on F number 12424 in Durban. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. Mr. Mpele,
Item
proceed.
number 9, request for authority to initiate a process for the appointment of directors, company secretary and audit company for the municipal entity to operate the Durban Transport Services. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager. On item number 9, I've got speakers. The first speaker is Councillor Graham, the second speaker, Councillor Kuala, the third speaker, Councillor Pillay, then the last speaker, okay, the fourth is Councillor Mvubu, then the last speaker is Councillor Mandlala. In that order, Councillor Graham.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The core issue that's at stake here is what the council had envisaged as the future of the bus operations in this municipality. And this has been a hot button issue for many, many years. And effectively, I don't believe that what this item is seeking to achieve aligns with what the council had intended to embark upon when we agreed in 2016 and subsequently in a number of years since then that we were going to have a municipal entity to operate the bus service. And I don't believe that it's going to see the kind of change that people would like to see with regards to the municipal entity. And I think it might be necessary to unpack this a little bit because the council that's dealing with the process is quite different to the council that took the decision and has necessarily the background understanding. But I think the core issue is that the council took the decision to create a municipal entity to run the bus service because there was a demand from the community and from the councillors as their representatives for safe, reliable public transport which is subsidized through the municipal bus service. And for too long, the system as it exists has not been fulfilling that aim. The current bus operator has been involved with a legal wrangle with the city. I think everybody has an idea as to those details. That has led to our budget statement claiming that they now owe us 700 million rand, and those numbers climb monthly as the dispute continues. They've been on a month-to-month contract for over 11 years, and I don't believe that the quality of the service or the reliability of the service is achieving its core aim in being able to move consumers quickly and easily around the city. So that's the first problem. The decision to create a municipal entity is not a straightforward one because there are obviously different kinds of municipal entities that can be created in terms of the law. There are straightforward service utilities, or there are the more complicated types that we are embarking upon here with private shareholders and operators. And effectively, the roadmap that was presented to council in 2020, towards the end of 2020, created a system whereby we establish a municipal entity at long last, but we create a lot of space for private shareholding, and we create effectively a situation in which the fundamental operations of the bus entity are contracted out to an operator. That 2020 roadmap was quite clear in saying that the operations of this entity must be contracted out to a Black-owned, Durban-based bus company. Now, I was born in the morning, but I wasn't born this morning, and I think that what we're seeing by this very narrow creation of a municipal entity is the desire to create a purpose-driven vehicle that will allow the current bus operator to continue running the bus service by creating a very narrow gap to say, we'll create a municipal entity, but we will give 40% of its shareholding to private entities, and we will fundamentally allow a private bus operator to run it in any event. As the DA, we don't support this because, one, it does not fulfill the reason why we sought to create a municipal entity in the first place. We were creating a municipal entity in the first place to do away with the current system and to move to a more reliable, sustainable system that benefits the workers of the system, the bus drivers themselves who want to see this change, and of course the commuters who are the poorest people in the city who find themselves in the most far-flung areas because of the spatial planning of apartheid. So the system urgently needs to change if we're to unlock the potential of our economy and to give people the opportunity to transform their lives. What we're doing here is we're trying to fulfill a technicality because council has said we can't go on like this. This is a big ticket media and public interest item, and say, well, we're going to sort the problem out, but we are actually going to create a solution that looks very similar to the problem. And the DA can't agree to something that does not actually solve the problem and may very well put the power back in the hands of the people who have caused a lot of this mess. This is a very roundabout mechanism for creating a municipal entity that is not actually a municipal entity, but is a vehicle to allow the same private operators who have been selected specifically for this purpose to continue with the operation of this service. So at all points, until this goes back to the drawing board, the DA will not support this. We believe that this is a fundamental betrayal of the demands of the public in the city who've made it clear that they're not happy with the way this is going. And we believe that this is a politically manufactured solution to a complex problem that deserves a more comprehensive and a more integral solution, given the importance that public transport plays in our city's operations and economy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham. Honourable Kwala.
Sibonga somlomo. Mhlambe ke noma kungekho clear what lesson have been learned from the previous eThekwini bus transport service, its losses and how these have been mitigated in the new proposal for an entity. Mhlambe section 78 where MFMA where assessment, it was done prior ukuze kwenziwa conduct a detailed feasibility study which will address the number of issues concerning the so-called bus service. Ngoba ithinta ngisho provincial government. So maybe it was wise ukuthi i-item kanje mhlambe siqale siyidiscuss no hlalo esikomiti la human settlement, uhlalo onezihlalo ezimbili nezikhundla ezimbili la emkhandlwini uClr Mxolisi for ngoba mayisiqhamukisi kanje iyashoda le item bekumele ibe ne strategic objective, ibe ne executive summary, ngiyayibona ke le ibe ne background and discussions, ngiyayibona ke le financial implications ngoba kuthiwa at the moment ayithinte. But we support i-item as IFP with lawo loopholes ukuthi mhlambe at some point we need a workshop whereby we understand it clear, since kunama-councillor amasha ngokwe-report ayitheblishe yonke into efanele ngabe iyayitheblisha. Ngiyabonga Mhlaba.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuala. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must not allow certain councillors from the DA to confuse us and mislead our municipality. The resolution we are passing today is basically a process towards achieving our objectives of establishing a municipal entity for Durban transport. The DLC categorically states, Mr. Speaker, that the creation of a municipal entity to operate Durban transport is long overdue. Durban transport have been in the red for many years, thus incurring major losses that could not be accounted for in our books. The city had to always bail out Durban transport that have impacted negatively on our ratepayers. Mr. Speaker, the DLC is of strong view that a municipal entity to operate Durban transport will be the only way forward in ensuring that the transport services are well managed and operated, and we should not procrastinate this process and move with great speed to advertise these positions accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pillay. Councillor Mvobo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. As the EFF, we want to know currently the arrangement between the municipality and the current bus service providers. In other words, if there is any contracts between the two parties. Because we don't want to be drawn into engaging on issues that there is no proper clarity on. The EFF's founding manifesto in its cardinal pillar number 3 advocates for the building of state capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders. However, our understanding is that there is still an ongoing legal battle, between the current service providers and municipality. We are not convinced as the EFF that the proposal municipal entity or the proposed municipal entity in its current form will give expression to our founding manifesto, in particular this pillar which I just spoke about, pillar number 3, which speaks of building state capacity in order to abolish tenders. Not this arrangement that is being proposed. So for this reason, as I said, in its current form, we are not going to vote for it. We are just going to abstain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mvobo. Councillor Madlala, you are the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this item seeks authority to take forward a council resolution of 2016. The motivation for that council resolution remains the issues raised by the DA through Councillor Graham, while most of them true and should be our concerns, they are irrelevant to the issue at hand. Most of her input is speculative and conjectural. This is in our view as the ANC, this report in front of us is in line with the roadmap envisaged in 2016. Now, when it comes to challenges that we are experiencing in terms of your Durban transport, all the challenges that were raised, they remain, some of them are being fixed, but the issue is that there was a motivation for the resolution in 2016, and that motivation and that report still exists in council archives. So I'll encourage parties, especially the EFF, who were honest that they are not sure about the context around this item, to visit that, and I think your office can make that available to parties so that they can familiarize them with the issue and understand the context under which this is brought here. For us as the ANC speaker, the only hurdle that stands in our way towards the establishment of the entity is this: the appointment the appointment of the company secretary, the audit company, and all of that, which is contained in the report. Now, this is not the first entity that we are establishing. Just to put Councillor Graham's concerns at ease, it's not the first entity that we are establishing. We established the Ushaga, we established the Inkosi Albert Lutuli ICC, and they are both driving. You were here when the AG's report was read, and you could tell that they are doing what they were meant to do, and necessary oversight is being played by ourselves as this council over them. But they are a business on themselves. They are doing what they are supposed to do. They are able to discharge the responsibilities that are assigned to them. Now, before they were established, some challenges were cited around the certain operations, and there was motivation for their establishment. Now, we are citing certain challenges in terms of public transport provision, and we are establishing an entity. Now we are moving a step forward, and the last hurdle is this. So if we pass this report, the next report we are going to get is the report on the people that will have been selected as the directors, all of that, as we get with the ICC and USHAC. And then we'll approve that and we'll move forward. And then the entity will be in place. And then the board of that entity and the CEO will then take responsibility for most of the challenges that Councillor Graham and the DA are concerned about, including the issue of the service providers, who is running and who's not running, and all of those things will be taken care of by the entity. I think when we decided that we want the entity, we had envisaged that some of these problems cannot be resolved by us as council in this format. So we need an entity which has certain obligations and certain powers given by the legislation to deal with those issues. And I'm happy that we have taken this forward. And I want to assure Councillor Graham that the council that took that resolution in 2016 and the council that is taking it forward now are almost the same council, because the driving principle behind it is the same. It's a concern for the community to have reliable public transport that is run efficiently and is self-sustainable. Those principles still remain, and as the ANC will support the item.
Thank you very much, Alderman Madlala. On page 29.1 is for noting, then the rest is for approval. Let's deal with 9.1 first. Is the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Noted. Thank you. Let's deal with 9.2 till the end. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Item number 10.
There's a hand.
The
Graham?
DA votes against.
I can't hear.
The DA are voting against on this item.
The ANC agrees.
Okay.
Addict agrees.
Okay. DA is against. Let's just follow the list. Councillors, let's just check the numbers so that we pass this item accordingly. Then 9.2 ANC, do you agree?
Agreed.
Thank you. DA is against. EFF.
EFF abstains in the absence of proper clarity.
Thank you. EFF abstain. IFP. Thank you very much. Support. Action SA.
Speaker, we will support, but we need to make sure that there
Thank you.
are proper
Thank you.
structures
You're
that have been put in
supporting
place.
APC. No stories. We are voting APC. APC, they're still here.
ABC.
Yes, ABC. Let's move to ACC.
Support, Speaker.
ACC, support, ACTP.
Support, Speaker.
Thank you very much. AIC. DLC.
DLC supports, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. ATEC.
Supports, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. APF.
Support.
Thank you. ATM.
ATM supports, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Al-Chama.
PRM supports, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We don't want even to wait. Thank you. JEP. Right, KZNI. KZNI. MF, they're not present. Musa, they're not present. NFP. NFP.
Check if all councillors are awake.
NFP. Visven, Sotloop. PFP will come back to NFP and other parties. PFP.
Support.
Support. PRM already supported. It's truly Alliance TA. Support, okay. UIM. UIM abstain. Freedom Front Plus.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Mr. Speaker, Mieni from NFP sent me a message that her network is a problem.
No, he must not
but
send
they
you a
support.
message. He must send me a message, not you.
Maybe she don't have your private number. You're not good to her.
You are not a
She's
deputy
becoming the
speaker.
new speaker.
You are not a deputy speaker.
Please, you are not a spokesperson of the NFP.
Okay. NFP. NFP.
She got network problems, Mr. Speaker.
Our party, she was speaking a second ago.
Yeah, the network has gone down.
Right.
How come she connects to Visven?
Yeah, we have a connection. I'll leave it at that.
APC has not voted yet. APC. Who else who have not yet voted? AIC, you have not voted. AIC. Al-Chama.
Mr. Speaker, Al-Jama will be for.
Support, thank you. KZN, KZNI.
The hands are going up there from KZNI. I think it's support.
KZNI, please unmute yourself, please. NFP, when we are ready, please speak. There is a hand from Councillor Mxolisi from KZNI, but I think this side we are unmuted. Councillor Shenge. Now APC have not voted, and Al-Jama has voted, and JEP and KZNI, they have not voted. AIC as well, we have not voted. Can I get an indication from those political parties before we tally the numbers so that we are not being disadvantaged?
Mr. Speaker, I did ask Councillor Mieni to send you a message directly. She's trying to right now.
There's Ndlovu Nkululeko. I just want to add numbers and announce the result. Unfortunately, NFP, you are here, but we can't hear whether you are in support or not. There's no message from NFP, the chat.
Hold on, because I'm waiting for the prices.
We got a message from NFP that they're in support. APC.
Deputy Mayor.
NFP.
Councillor Gwala has trouble connecting.
Yes, APC support.
No, Speaker, we did not hear that. You can't talk on their behalf.
They just send a message.
We have seen the message from Councillor Min of the NFP.
Yes,
We
I'm
have
trying.
not seen the
Yes,
message from.
I'm addressing that now because they must send it direct. They were using my phone. Can we get APC to send the chat, please? Because if you use my phone, it's not connected to the council meeting. Let me get that message straight to council. Otherwise, we will proceed and tally the numbers so that we don't waste time. Thank you very much. I think if I've afforded you an enough opportunity, councillors, to vote those who could not indicate. Who else? AIC. AIC, can you please indicate before you close? AIC, are you in support or against? Thank you very much, councillors. We are now tallying the numbers. We have tried to give everyone an opportunity to vote. Unfortunately, some of the people, they've got some technical problems. Let's tally the numbers. We'll announce the results soon. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. There are 117 councillors in support. There are 54 against, 26 abstained, 2 councillors from APC not voted, 1 from AIC not voted, 1 from KZNI not voted. Therefore, the motion is being carried forward. Thank you very much, councillors. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The next item is on page 20, item number 10, reprioritization of the engineering unit budget for 2021-2022 financial year. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much. There are speakers. Honorable Kuala, you are the first speaker. Honorable Webster from EFF, you are the second speaker. The last speaker will be Honorable Madlala from the ANC. Thank you. Bab Kuala. Councillor Kuala, ithuba lakho.
Sekuyangeneka sihlalo.
Kuyangeneka siyabonga.
Angibonga. Mhlambe ke sihlalo iyadingakala lento ukuthi njengomkhandlu noma ama-unity asibhekelele umsebenzi la sibe proactive ngoba budget cut uma ukhuluma ngo-engineering siyadinga phela udeliberate ey'ntweni ey'fana nalezo ngoba uma ubuka isimo hayi asisona la on the ground. And uma isifaka ngoba u-engineering efaka ama-pilot project anjengoZibambele, maningi oSihlanza Imvelo, they are direct kwi-poverty alleviation. So it constraining uma sesizophinde senza amakhathi ngendlela mhlampe egcina ishaya lezo zakhiwo noma lawo ma-pilot project. Njengoba sikhuluma nje uZibambele, I think banenkinga from November or September up to date. So we support reprioritization, but with the concern ukuthi we must be proactive, not ukuhlale reactional always as umkhandlu. Ileyo submission yethu as IFP ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Kuala. Honorable Councillor Webster. Please, Councillor Webster, unmute yourself.
Speaker.
Thank you. You're audible now.
Thank you. On the basis of the verification of the 77,200 Zibambele workers, which is still outstanding, we as the EFF firmly object to the transfer of funds to the engineering department. This is also due to the fact that mismanagement of funds in this municipality has become a norm. And it is also on this note that we require a detailed report on the similarities or differences between the Zibambele project and the EPWP, the Expanded Public Works Program. Until all that has been acquired, our stance remains clear. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Webster. Honorable Madlala, you are the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Kuyacaca ukuthi ama-fighters awayisupport i-program uhlelo lokuxosha indlala olusiza kakhulu abantu bakithi abamnyama abantu abahlwempu ey'ndaweni zakithi ezihlelelekile. Naw ke uma ngase ufundeke ngoba kade besitshela la samakhansela ukuthi banama-pillars, ngibona sengathi lokho abakwenzayo kuyi-violation yenye yama-pillars abo, kodwa ke asikho lapho sicela ukudlula. Ngi-covered kakhulu by inkulumo kababugwala kweqembu lenkatha othe bayesupporta kakhulu lolu hlelo ngenxa yokuthi lolu hlelo laqala la ngoma 2011 luyi-pilot project yaka Roads Department lagcina selisupportwe now Public Works luhlelo oluhle kakhulu lokuxosha indlala kodwa ligcini njengokuxosha indlala engathi abantu abanazo izandla zokwenza utho kodwa liyalekelela kakhulu ukugcina amalokishi ethu nendawo zakithi esihlala kuzo zihlanzekile laba abathi bafanele kuverifywe kubhekwe uhlonzwe ukuthi bakhona ngempela nilabantu kusho ukuthi ke sesahlushwa ilento yokuthi ke sihlala kakhulu esilungwini ikona singababoni nje labantu mina nje lapha ngasekhaya Ward 44 emaplazini cha umgwaqo nje ngihlala kuona mina uyaklinwa lapha uklinwa umama wakamakhathini nje lapha ngenzansi kwasekhaya uhlanzeke ngendlela emangalisayo neminye imigwaqo lapha yana bakhona osisifikile nosisinombuso abahlanzayo imigwaqo lapha ngasekhaya benza isiqiniseko sokuthi imigwaqo lapha ngasekhaya endaweni ekade umjondolo iclean ngendlela efanayo neyasesilungwini so sijabula kakhulu thina and enye into ke lolu hlelo liyenzayo into yokuthi lubeka phambili abantu besifazane ikakhulukazi abaphethe imindeni ngenxa yokuthi kwabhekwa ukuthi uma ngabe uthi uzoqeda indlala obani kakhulukazi ababukeka bewubuso bendlala eSouth Africa ucwaningo kweliveza ukuthi umuntu wesifazane ikakhulukazi omnyama ekuyibona ukuthi uma ngabe kushona ilanga ubaba okade uyofuna umsebenzi ongawutholanga indodana ekade uyofuna isikole engasitholanga indodakazi ebe isisulu se-teenage pregnancy bonke labo bantu babhekene umama ukuthi abeke okudliwayo etafuleni nawe lolu hlelo-ke liyakwazi ukuthi-ke lubheke likwazi ukuthi umndeni wonke ukwazi ukuthi ubambe iqhaza la ekutheni kukwazi ukuthi kuklineke iy'ndawo esihlala kuzona ngaleso sikhathi kube kukwazi nanokuthi kuxoshwe futhi ikati eziko so-ke siyaneliseka kakhulu thina lolu hlelo and le adjustment ekhona kufanele yenzeke kumele yenzeke siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi yenzeke ngenxa yokuthi selikelana ney'nkinga uhlelo lokuthi iy'mali kade zingekho ngithi-ke sonke siyi-understandile into yokuthi isimo sey'mali sike saphazamiseka kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi bekunalolu bhubhane le-COVID amabhizinisi amaningi evalile abantu abaningi bengasebenzi bengakwazi ukukhokha kahle bekhokhele iy'nsiza efana namanzi nogesi kanjalo nama-rates okwenza ukuthi nesikhwama sethu kusumasipala siphazamiseke ngakho-ke kuzokwanda lokhu ukuthi uthole ukuthi siya-adjusta lapha nalapha ya ukwenzela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi simelane nezinto esiyikhomitile ukuthi sizozenza ngaloko-ke njengeumbutho kakhongolose siyaleseka kakhulu lolu hlelo sithi phambili nalo siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. I have exhausted the list of my speakers. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed.
Okay. I've heard they are saying, there are those who are saying no. Okay, let me check. Can I have the screen? ANC, do you support the recommendation?
The ANC agrees.
Yes, TA is not supporting. EFF, you said you're abstaining, eh? Can you confirm EFF?
Yes, abstaining.
Okay, then IFP, support with that condition as per your submission. Action SA?
Yes, speak.
Thank you. Action SA. Bukbega, are you still around?
I'm still around, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, thank you very much.
Because you limit me. You don't want me to elaborate.
No, when we vote, we don't just vote. Are you in support to our case?
We support.
You support. Thank you. Thank you very much. APC.
Deputy Mayor.
Weqile. Ukhona ukhona-ke. Deputy Mayor Mavundla. Let's move to ACC. I think Mavundla in a problem.
Speaker here.
Yes, speak, Deputy Mayor. Support or against?
We support. It's two of us. It's me and Councillor Kwala with Ethnic. We support.
You support. Thank you very much.
Yes.
HCTP, ACC. ACC. APC? No, I'm sorry, ACTP?
Speaker, we said
ACTP
APC
support.
support.
No, APC, I'm fine. It was a mistake. I'm looking for ACC and ACDP.
ACTP supports.
Thank you. ACC still not available. Let's move to AIC. DLC. DLC.
DLC supports, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. ATEC.
Supports, Mr. Speaker. Supportilla. Support that.
ACC. They've sent the chat in the chat. ACC support. ATM. ATM.
Honorable Speaker, the ATM support.
Thank you. Aljama.
Honorable Speaker, Aljama supports.
Thank you. JEP. Oh no, they're not part of the meeting. KZNI.
Supported.
Thank you. MF, they're not here. Musa, not here. Let's move to NFP. NFP. Don't speak via Visven Reddy. Speak to me direct. NFP. Let's move to PFP.
PFP supports.
Thank you. TA.
TA supports.
TA support. Thank you. UIM.
Abstain.
They abstain. Freedom Front Plus.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Let's go back to NFP. NFP, they're struggling again. Yeah, we're getting the message. They are in support. I was about to request you to contact them. Thank you very much. I think we were done. AIC.
Awuyibizanga Mr. Speaker. Angazi noma ivumelekile ukuvota.
PRM, yes. PRM after PFP, yeah. PRM.
Usibizanga ngikuzwanga ubiza ne-APF but ke la kwi-PRM siyalweseka uhlelo lokuqeda indlala kubantu bakithi abamnyama.
Siyexolisa kakhulu unganibizi. Siyabonga nokusazisa ngalabo abasele. Who have not yet APF, yes, APF.
APF support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think
TA hasn't been recorded as yet.
TA support,
Mr.
TA
Speaker.
support. Let's update. Yes, we are updating. Yeah, yes, everyone now have voted. Let's tally the numbers, Secretariat.
$124, 55 against, 25 abstain.
Thank
We
you,
have a
Honorable
new speaker now.
Yeah, they cut a deal maybe.
Just thinking, calculating aloud.
No, don't undermine all our intelligence too.
Who is that now? Want to start some issue for nothing? Calm yourself down, have some water. Have some water.
Speaker, it's Councillor Graham.
much, councillors. We have tallied the numbers. Those who are in support, they're
Oh, you finished, sorry.
120, and those who are against, there are 55. Those who abstain, there are 25. Therefore, the recommendation is being carried forward. Thank you. City Manager.
Speaker, can I address you, please?
On what?
On what's currently happening in council.
No, I'm not allowing you to address me, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are now on to item number 11 on page 21. Approval for the transfer of funds to pay for assessment and certification of the refurbishment of communal ablution blocks done under Project Y6525, provision of water and sanitation services to human settlements and schools within the eThekwini region. Report number WS2021/192. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
No. You have speakers there.
Mr. Speaker, a correction.
There are no speakers on this item.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
There's a correction on the figures on page 22. It's a typographical error with the rand value. That should be 6.9 million and not 69 million.
Okay.
That has to be corrected.
Okay, thank you very much. With this correction.
With that amendment, the recommendation agreed.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes, of course.
I'm supposed to speak in this item.
No. I never receive. I never receive any speakers on this item. There are no speakers.
Can we ask for a reference back in this item?
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed. If you don't accept our request,
okay. Sorry, of course. You want it to be referred back.
A referral back to the committee, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
If you look at the item, there are so many loopholes in itself. And you remember that we have new councillors, Mr. Speaker. If this project was done without the knowledge of the water and sanitation officials, how much more would be ward councillors in their ward? Will they able to know what is transpired with regards to this? Also on the recommendation itself, when you look at the recommendation, we're talking about the consultant. Who are those consultants? It's not clear. As Councillor Pillay was making the corrections now, the report itself has got a lot of loopholes.
Thank you very much, Bamgo Sayutan. Thank you. There's a proposal to refer back the matter to a committee. Can I get anyone who second that proposal?
I'll second it.
Council Nicole second.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarity, just a clarity-seeking question. There was an amendment made to the recommendation to make it 6.9 million and not 69. I'm just trying to figure out where is the 69 million. I think my glasses is. I can't see the 69 million.
On page 22, on top.
Page 22, that's on top.
But it says 6.9 million. Oh, I see.
Count the zeros.
Councillors, let me get an indication whether the suggestion to refer the matter back to committee is supported or not.
Supported, Mr. Speaker.
Is supported. Is agreed?
Yes, ACDP
Agreed.
support.
Agreed.
We disagree as the ANC speaker.
Okay,
Oh,
let's put the numbers. The ANC, are you in support or not?
Mr. Speaker, is this the reference back that we are voting on?
Yes.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Nicole?
Speaker, in terms of Section 15, you have a number of obligations to this council, one of which is to maintain order,
Right.
one of which is to maintain fairness, one of which is to ensure that the whip is able to conduct their duties. Now, we really need to be cautious here because the conduct of Councillor Reddy is untoward, and acting as though he's in a personal conversation with you and the rest of us are just sitting in the background of a meeting is really uncalled for. There have been numerous instances where Councillor Reddy has spoken without being recognized, spoken to you as if the two of you are having coffee, or interrupted other councillors who are speaking, not just councillors from my political party. So I would first of all please like to ask the whip, Councillor Ntuli, in terms of Section 15I, to please act upon this. And I would please like you to enforce the rules, because it's going to be very difficult to conduct ourselves in a dignified manner if there's one set of rules that applies to all of us and seemingly another set of rules that applies to a singular councillor.
Thank you very much,
No.
Councillor Cllr. Your
Mr.
point is
Speaker.
taken, but I am on record again trying to talk to Councillor Reddy to behave, and I hope that he will continue to respect the meeting, not to speak without him being recognized. Let's continue with numbers. DA.
Now, Mr. Speaker.
No,
I have my
Reddy,
hand up.
please be quiet. You're not recognized. DA.
Speaker.
We support the reference back. Thank you, Speaker.
EFF. EFF.
Speaker.
We are voting now. I'm not entertaining any hands. EFF.
Speaker.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
This.
We are voting.
Mr. Speaker, you are out of order by entertaining this Graham's.
No. This, please be quiet. Be quiet.
Voting started and she raises an issue.
Please, Vice, be quiet.
Non-issue.
Councillor Reddy, please behave. Be quiet.
Here.
We are
She thinks I be subjected to
IFP.
that.
IFP, can you mute the mic for Reddy? Let's continue voting. IFP.
Mr. Speaker, we are the ones who have raised the reference back.
Okay, thank you. Action, but you have to vote. Action SA. Open. APC.
Oh, sorry. We support.
Thank you. APC. APC. ACC. ACTP.
Support the reference back.
Thank you. AIC. No. What? Okay, let's proceed. We are now on AIC. Okay. DLC.
DLC supports the reference back, Mr. Speaker.
Attack. Vice, just vote. Don't address Councillor Nicole. Attack.
Not support the reference back. We do not support the reference back.
We don't support. Thank you, Councillor Reddy. APF,
Against.
not in support of reference back. ATM,
ATM abstains.
abstains. Al-Jama,
Al-Jama will abstain, Mr. Chair.
Al-Jama abstain. JEP, they're not here. KZNI. Let's hope one strike.
Again, abstain. Mr.
Abstain.
Speaker.
Thank you. MF not here. Musa not here. NFP. NFP.
We voted against this thing.
NFP is not supporting the referral. PFP.
The presentation la.
Councillors, order please. Order please. We are still in council meeting. Let's respect the session. Don't speak without being recognized. Who is the case? No. I'm laughing. Let's go to PRM. PRM. No. We're in PRM now.
Abstain, Alabama.
PRM abstain.
Yes.
TA. TA is
TA
against.
is against the
UIM.
reference back.
UIM.
4.
UIM is in support.
UIM
Freedom
for.
Front Plus.
Freedom Front Plus is for the reference back, Speaker.
Support. Now let's go back to the AIC and the ANC. They've not indicated. ANC.
We support the reference back.
ANC support. AIC. AIC. Is everyone voted? NFP. NFP is against. Okay, is everyone voted? Let me double check. APC. Who else beside APC? I'm looking for APC.
Aye, Speaker.
Yes, who's that? Is APC?
It's the EFF.
No, you have voted already.
No, we did not vote against. That's what we are trying to correct.
Oh, okay. You know, the column they put your numbers.
Exactly, that's what we are trying to correct. My
Okay.
device is giving me issues.
Okay, thanks.
So,
Are you
we are
abstaining?
for.
Or you are in support of the referral?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. APC for the last time. NFP. NFPF support is the case here. Councillors, let's tally the numbers, then we'll announce the results soon. Secretariat. Freedom Front is in support of reference back. Let's tally the numbers. Councillors, thank you very much. We are done this side. Those in support of the proposal is 189. Those who are against, there are 4. Those who are abstaining, there are 5. Not voted, 2. The proposal is supported to refer the matter back. Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is on page 22, which is the request for funds for the provision of clothing allowance for VIP protectors. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager. I've got speakers on the item. Councillor Graham, you are the first speaker. Councillor Patrick Pillay, the second. Councillor Isop from SHP, you are the third speaker. From EFF, Councillor Kambule. Then the last speaker will be His Worship the Mayor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I think that we need to have an honest conversation about this item before us, because the trust relationship that exists between residents in the city and politicians or the administration is severely broken down. And often I think that we take decisions without properly thinking through the ramifications of them that leave us to be the laughing stock of the people that we're supposed to represent. Now, whilst I understand that, you know, the safety and security element of what we do is a complicated and multifaceted thing, we can all agree that we are, one, in a very serious situation with regards to our services, 2, in a very serious situation with regards to our finances and how much money we have to spend on the relevant clusters and, you know, our competing priorities. And 3, that this cannot rank very highly on any possible list of priorities. The perception of people like us over the past couple of years, probably always, but incredibly or increasingly so over the past couple of years, has been that we put our own interests above the interests of the people that we represent. And this item is incredibly evident of that kind of attitude. When we're sitting in a situation where we have an almost total collapse of services on all fronts, where we are sitting with some days as low, or some months as low as 8 days cash on hand, and sitting in a situation where we are bordering on total dysfunction, that we would choose to spend R500,000 to give clothing allowances to bodyguards of politicians because we think that they should look more suitably attired. Now, you can dress this up or talk around it in whichever way you wish, but the fundamental issue here is that this is not a priority, that this is something that could easily be negotiated out of, and that there are many, many other things that would be a better use of our funds. And what we do when we continuously decide to take decisions like this is that we tell the people that we represent that they are not our priority, that we are our own priority. And despite the very serious circumstances that Durbanites find themselves in, we will continue to make decisions in our own interest. And that doesn't help any of us. What we urgently need to do is to put the needs of the community ahead of our own needs. Not giving clothing allowances to bodyguards doesn't actually compromise anyone's security. It compromises what the security looks like or how the security feels, which has no tangible effect on security provision as it stands. I would really consider colleagues to reconsider this item, whether it's necessary from a budgetary perspective, but also the perception damage it does to us as the municipality and the perception damage it does to people who are starving, who are battling, who are on the receiving end of a collapsing city that is no longer able to deliver on its core mandate. Are these the kind of decisions we should be taking? Are these the kinds of things we should be prioritizing? The DA is unequivocal that we will not support items like this. We will only support items that are able to put the best interests of the city first And I think it's also important to mention that what Councillor Kaunda raised earlier on the budget statements is that many of these guards are claiming high amounts of overtime. These are not necessarily people who are earning small salaries. You know, we showed in years past that sometimes bodyguards or protectors are taking home over 50,000 Rand a month because there's so much overtime being claimed. So this is nothing more than a racket, in our opinion, and it's certainly not something that the Democratic Alliance will support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pillay. You are the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we feed incorrect information and propaganda to the public, we will obviously get a negative response. This report speaks clearly about employees' packages. The DLC supports employees' rights and will support any redress that seeks to address unfair and inequitable conditions of service. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are approving a recommendation that are based on standards and norms rather than wasteful expenditure. As a council, we must be non-biased in our application of personnel allowances. This report clearly states that these 31 VIP protectors were excluded from getting the clothing allowance because it was not included in their salary packages. This is a matter of correcting a personnel package, and it's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. The DA supports this recommendation accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chairman. Esop.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP believes that eThekwini municipality has limited resources amidst of a challenging pandemic. It is at such a time when wise, strong, and ethical leadership is needed. Our residents are hungry. Unemployment continues to rise. The burden is on both taxpayers and ratepayers, whilst the corrupt roam the streets, creating confusion and anarchy. The ACDP believes that priority should be given to improve service delivery, creating jobs, reducing the burden on ratepayers instead of dishing out allowances for VIP protectors. The ACDP will not support this item as our priority is the residents of eThekwini and not an elite few. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kambule.
Thank you, Speaker. The clothing allowance is a common practice everywhere in the world, whereby people who are wearing uniform are assisted by the employer. However, in the case of the bodyguards of eThekwini are earning a market-related salary. Let's rather follow same model of Department of Health, whereby nurses are given a cloth allowance once a year. So, that being said, we are saying if this proposal remains like this, as an EFF, we are going to abstain on it until it is being revised to say that they will be given a once-off, of which also is not such a ridiculous amount that we see. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Kambule. Your Worship, the Mayor, you are the last speaker. Councillor Kaunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've made reference to the issues of this nature when the DA talks about what becomes our priority in the budgets. Whenever there are increments of councillors, DA will become the first ones to oppose those increments, but they'll become the first ones to go to ATMs and withdraw those increments. So that is being hypocrites. So I'm sure even on this matter, Councillor Nicole Graham is aware that the DA-run municipality in Cape Town is also issuing the clothing allowance because it's part of the bargaining council. There are employees who are employed by us, the municipal manager, the city manager, and the deputy city managers, but all the other components of staff, they belong to the bargaining council. So there are issues which are bargained in that respect. And once agreements are reached, you can't, as a city, as an institution, to ignore such agreements, because you've got to adhere to those agreements as an employer. So therefore, we're not going to be misled by Councillor Graham for saying, let us not do it here, whilst in Cape Town they do it. So we must respect the rights of workers. The working class contributed immensely on the revolution of this country, and they fought for their rights. Now, in this democratic dispensation, their rights must be respected. Part of the clothing allowance is part of their rights. So therefore, as ANC, we support that we must standardize. We shouldn't become the only institution and employer who refuse this, whilst the DA-led municipalities in Johannesburg and other areas, they do offer the clothing allowance. So they deserve it, it's their right, and we must support it. And if you look at the amount, Honorable Speaker, this is a once-off. So therefore, you count the number of people, then the actual value that we see is the combination of calculations for those that have been left out. You'll recall that we have once approved this. So this is the batch of members who were not part of the approvals that we made before. So there's already a precedent that we have approved this. So we are correcting that those who were left out, they must also be integrated to receive the clothing allowance. The ANC support this progressive decision. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, let
No.
me go to the screen. ANC. Agreed.
Agreed.
DA. Against.
No.
EFF. EFF. IFP.
Agreed.
Action SA.
Not in support.
APC. ACC. ACC abstain. ACTP.
Not in support.
ACTP against. AIC. AIC. DLC.
DLC supports, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, ATEC. ATEC. ATM. No, APF.
Support.
Thank you, ATM.
ATM supports, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Alchama. Alchama. KZ and I.
KZNI.
Yeah. Then KZNI.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You support or your case?
Support.
Thank you, JEP.
Thank you.
Thank you, JEP. Oh, they're not here. MF, Musa not here. NFP. NFP, they send a message in our chat. They support PFP.
Support, PFP support.
Thank you, PRM.
Ngiyayiseka somlomo.
Siyabonga bomnikazi TA.
TA support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, UIM.
Abstain.
Abstain, Freedom Front Plus. Then support the chat. The ATEC, they've sent a message in the chat, they support. EFF is against. Who else have not voted? APC, ACC, Al-Jama. Al-Jama? There's nothing from the chat from Al-Jama? Okay. Who's else not voted? Yeah, everyone have voted except those who are. It seems as if they are no longer part of the meeting. Yeah, thank you. Let's tally the numbers, Secretariat. Councillors, those who are in support is 110. Those who are against, 84. Those who have abstained, 3. 1 not voted. The total number is 198 because the APC, they're no longer part of the meeting. Thank you very much. The recommendation is being carried forward or agreed. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The last item on this main agenda is on page 23, item number 13, mid-year adjustment budget and performance assessment report for the 31st of December 2021. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. There are 2 speakers, Honorable Councillor Penn and His Worship the Mayor. Last item in our main agenda. Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't talk for long because I covered much of the ground in the November report, but I've had some feedback which suggests that maybe I didn't put my point across clear enough. What I'm hoping that the Mayor will produce at the first Finance, Security and Emergency Services meeting is a picture of what the expectation will be at the end of January at the end of February, the end of March, end of April, end of May, end of June, based on the current realities, not on the estimated figures in the budget, which was done in November 2020 and early 2021. I hope that the municipality will have a rethink about what money is coming in on the basis of the actual experience in the last few months, and also about the money's going out and the rate at which they're going out and spending money on frivolous things like uniforms for bodyguards and so on. So, Mr. Mayor, I repeat my request to you to please table at the Finance, Security and Emergency Services meeting a spreadsheet showing updated estimates of income and updated estimates of revenue so that we know how the rest of the year is going to roll out. That's all I wish to say at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, His Worship the Mayor. Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Councillor Ben is abusing your platform because this is not the way you consult with your chairperson. So he is actually abusing your platform, Speaker. If he wants to relate the matters with the chairperson, he knows how to do that. But you must indicate that we have achieved a lot in this mid-year in our budgets on the implementation of things. There were some new things which we have implemented, your Human Capital Center of Excellence, which is also addressing fundamental challenges facing the youth in particular. When they look for the jobs, they have to travel long distances. But now with the facilities that we have introduced in township and rural areas, they are actually going to save the transport fare when they want to access job opportunities as well as business opportunities, because they just get into our facility and press the button and forward their application by uploading their CVs and certificates. So it makes the lives easy. So whenever we make a reference to the better life for all, that's what we actually refer to, where you change the material conditions of our communities so that they can save money, but also utilize that money on other needs once the government intervene to meet them halfway. But we'll be looking at, as we are also due in February for adjustments, we'll be looking at what becomes the priorities and what needs to be attended to with immediate effect. Are there any reductions that needs to be done on water and DSW, in which those are the areas where we need more resources to ascertain that services are rendered in an effective and efficient manner. So le budget somlomo sifisa ukusho ukuthi ke zisekhona inselelo zinjalo, kodwa kuningi futhi abantu baseThekwini abakuhlomulile imigwaqo eseyindaweni ezisemakhaya nasemalokishini ifakwe itiyela, kuningi kakhulu ngeke sikubale konke, kodwa siyayicommita njenge-ANC ukuthi wonke umsebenzi zowenza manje kuya phambili, sizoqhubeka kwizilo social contracts nabantu bakithi, sishintshe impilo zabo zibe ngcono, sibambisene nawo wonke amakhansela aseThekwini nawo wonke ama-parties aseThekwini. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Mayor, is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
For noting, Chair.
Thanks, sorry.
Noted.
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 Thank you. Councillors, sorry about that. I'm just checking here whether all the items for noting or for approval, but 13.3 is for noting. Councillors, may draw your attention because on page 24, 13.1 is for noting, 13.2 for noting, 13.3 is for approval. Yes, for us to send to MPEC.
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. We'll now move to the first supplementary agenda. I will then ask His Worship the Mayor to present the ESCO report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to table the second report of the Executive Committee.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Mpele, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The second report of the Executive Committee for, is hereby tabled, starting with item number 1, which is the mid-term amendments to the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan for 2021-2022 financial year. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Noted.
Noted. Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 2 on page 4, Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, quarterly reporting as at 31st of December 2021. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Noted.
Noted, yeah. Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 3, remaining program and project preparation support grant budget transfer to wastewater pump station. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 4, request for approval of rules regulating establishment and operation of ward committees for 2021-2026 term of office. Committee recommends.
There are speakers on this item. I'm still checking my speakers. There is Councillor Rupert and Councillor Kumete. The last speaker will be Councillor Madlala. Councillor Rupert. Let me take Councillor Komete while we are trying to sort Councillor Pekte. Councillor Komete from IFP.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngithi asidlulise nje si-IFP ama-ward committees nabasebenzi bawo ababa-members mkhulu kakhulu umsebenzi abawusebenzayo. Mhlambe kulama rules esizothi siwaphasise, socela ukuthi mhlambe kuke kubhekeke indlela abahlomula ngayo in terms of ama stipends abo, ngoba ama rules ayabagwema ukuthi mhlambe bakwazi ukuthi babe nomsebenzi ngaphansi kwamasipala weTheku. Sibheka ukuthi imali e1000 ayikho into abangakwazi ukuthi bayiphilise ngayo, and kusho ukuthi lapho sesenza impilo yabo ibe nzima ukuthi bakwazi ukuphila. So besifisa ukuthi enate either siyabuka ukuthi ama stipend abo ayanyuswa noma bayavuleleka ukuthi nabo bakwazi ukuthi basebenze ngaphansi komkhandlu weTheku if ukuthi khona amathuba abavelelayo ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola umsebenzi, hayi ukuthi baphile nge1000 ngoba imost yabo siyazi ukuthi abantu abangasebenzi.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor. Councillor Pekte. Can you check he's still a part of the meeting? He is. Is muted or unmuted? Can you assist? He's trying to unmute, but is unable to unmute. Can I get an indication, Councillor Beck? Councillor Madlala, you are the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we take this matter of what committees very seriously. In what committees are an important pillar of our democratic local government. If the idea of a developmental local government is to be realized, communities must be at the center of it in their various sectors representing various aspects of communities. And therefore we support this report, and we take the commitment made that numerous workshops would be held to ensure that the councillors understand their role and responsibilities around the issue of what committees, and then the full participation of communities in this democratic process is enhanced. And therefore we support the report. And we also take the input by the IFP around the issues of remuneration, and we think it's something that is looking at it is something that is worth a while. So I think going forward, we must have a discussion around it and see if legislation allows and if budgets will allow for that. I mean, we understand that since the formation, things have escalated and we are in a dire situation. So we don't want a situation where people who are serving in these important committees feel that they are making a sacrifice that is so unbearable. Because we want the best from the communities to actually take part in this, to enhance the work of the council and to ensure the proper democratization of our system. With that, Speaker, as the ANC, we support the report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is the recommendation noted?
Chair, we abstain on item 4.
DA abstain.
Noted.
Yes.
It's for approval, eh? Yeah, I'm sorry. Is the recommendation agreed? DA?
Agreed.
DA abstain? Can I have the screen? ANC? In support?
Agreed.
Yes, EFF?
Agreed.
EFF? IFP?
IFP support, Mr. Speaker.
Action SA? Action SA? ACC? ACTP?
Support, Speaker.
ACTP support, AIC? DLC? ADEC?
DLC supports, Mr. Speaker.
DLC support, ADEC? Abstain, APF?
Support.
Support, thank you, ATM?
Support.
Thank you, Al-Jama?
Support.
JEP? Then ADEC, I see you are writing something on the chat. Can you speak, ADEC? You are now supporting, I see something on the chat. Huh? Let's proceed. We'll go back to ADEC later. KZNI?
KZNI support.
Thank you, NFP? NFP support, PFP.
PFP support.
Thank you very much, PRM.
PRM iyaseka somlomo.
Thank you, TA.
TA support.
UIM.
Abstain.
Thank you, Freedom Front Plus.
Freedom Plus abstain.
Abstain. Who's not voted yet? Just go back to ACC. ACC in support. Who else? Action SA. Are you
Action SA in support.
support? Thank you. Who else? Where's Jay? Okay, back. APC. EFF? Abstain, eh?
Support.
Support. EFF support.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, out DA.
Everyone has voted. Eh? Let's thank you very much, councillors. Let's tally the numbers quickly and announce the results soon. Okay, thank you very much. We have concluded to tally the numbers. Those who are in support is 142. There's 56 abstained. Therefore, the recommendation is being agreed and carried forward. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is item number 5, request for approval of funeral assistance in line with the civic funeral policy for the late Councillor Mxolisi. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 6, request for approval to enter into a collaboration.
Chair. Hi, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Norman, sorry to just disturb you, but is it possible this week can be granted at least about 5 or 10 minutes caucus? Thank you.
A 10 minutes is too much.
You are requesting a caucus for?
Just to engage on particular items on the supplementary agenda, because I don't know if you are aware, but some of us only received them this morning. So we couldn't really get time to process them properly. Thank you.
I thought you refer me to an item where you want to have a space to caucus, but currently the city manager was still reading the item that is on point number 6. You meant to say you want to caucus on this item number 6?
Speaker, sorry, because as I said earlier on, my device was giving me issues. I've experienced some glitches, but safe to say the supplementary agenda, majority of us rather, we only received it this morning. So we couldn't really get time to engage on it. It's not specifically that item that the acting city manager is talking about, but generally speaking, overall, we did not really get time to speak on it. I know there are some items that you've covered already, because I hear that we are on item number 4 already. So if we can just be granted, I will really appreciate this, City Manager, Chairperson. Thank you.
We are requesting a 5-minute caucus.
But anyway, it's the last
That's
item.
correct.
5 minutes. Okay, yes, we are granted. You can caucus for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of order process. It's only the last item that is left to be voted upon.
Okay. No. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Speaker. It's just going to be 5 minutes, nothing more. Thanks.
Thank you.
Then this one is
They did not submit their names.
Content